much else other than that because you don't want people thinking like translating that as fuck. Like it's like go anyway. You know, you don't ever look at the picture of those guys and say, "Oh, I wonder if he's single."
And you go somewhere too.
Yeah. Exactly. Well, you want to give them the vision that you're trying to. You don't want them wondering if you.
So you go somewhere too with the fact that like we always say like we didn't expect that person to do it, and then it goes back to how creepy the photo is. Like because the photo that they use is always taken before the shooting, and it was like we didn't know the guy, and he's wearing like a panther shirt, and his eyes. Yeah, I think that's a great angle.
You know what? Now that there might be something that they look terrified, but I think you have to set it up by saying they don't have eyelids, their eyes always wide open after you say no eyelids. You know, and then you could say they always look like they're about to get shot.
They look like themselves or something.
I would stay away. I mean, look, I love generalizations.
As an Italian, right?
I'm saying I do. It's when you speak in absolutes, then you have a fucking problem. But when it's a generalization, generally, they're always fucking just those types. But when you start getting into mug shots in general, most dudes that go to jail aren't fucked. They're not looking wide-eyed and weird.
I would kind of look at massacres. Because I have this whole thing on the NRA and.
Well, by the way, all these notes, obviously, take them with a grain of salt.
Yeah.
You know, you can eat dapper, you can sell. If that's the word you want to use. I like the fucking he's not. Yeah, he's fucking creepy. I love him.
And the bloodshed, very, very funny.
Well, you can also put guys. Because of it. There's always a murder.
Well, women always have a reason. It's like they kill their own kids, or like they never just like go out.
Exactly.
Yeah,
I think if it was a minute and a half, that's 30 seconds.
Yeah, exactly.
Women do that. They do this. I mean, maybe next week you could even.
Kids,
if you kill other kids, you're an asshole. If you kill your own kids, you're just cleaning up after yourself.
That is so fucking funny. Oh my god, that's amazing.
Yeah, that's great.
There
you go. Let's go. Put that in your pocket.
Look, I had this idea. I thought it was gonna work. I guess it didn't. You know, you move on things.
Take that for sure. Roll it right into the whole thing.
Yeah.
So there you go. You killed London. Doing it.
I love it. Every looked like a shooter, and then we got the victim's rebuttal. That's really appropriate.
Follow her on Twitter at Kimberly Condon. Again, these girls are with us at Comic-Con in July. Ice House on Friday. Bobbity Bob. Your next regular, always fun, always goofy, always takes a little something and turns it into something a little bit bigger and crazier. Very fun style. Put your hands together for Sarah. Everybody.
My mom's getting kooky. I was afraid for just tons of fortune cookies all over the fridge with magnets. I said, Mom, what's going on here? You look mentally ill. Can't be just collecting these fortunes like this. It's weird. You're a smarter cookie than but it's weird because it's in Chinese food. These foreign allures that the East has. Like if we put the fortune cookies or the fortunes at the bottom of a Happy Meal, people would be pissed off. They'd be like, where's my cat? What's this piece of paper? Sick of fortune cookie bed.
Super out the bed. That's rare. Normally the girls don't do that. They know better.
McDonald's employees would never mention the Happy Meals. That's the thing that we're taught the first week.
I did get a sweet and sour sauce one time.
Oh, we hooked up, and I'm sorry.
Oh, I love it with the fries and shit.
The vibe that I get immediately from this is that the real story might be funnier.
Yeah.
Is your mom really putting fortunes on the fridge?
Yeah.
And is she eating Chinese food? Is she ordering delivery? Is she getting it to go? Did she buy a box from Costco of fortune cookies just straight up and is just opening back? It's like, oh, where's the one that's gonna find my husband?
Yeah.
Is she single or what?
So she's married to my dad, but yeah, they're comfortable, they're cute. What I was gonna say that I forgot. That's what I said. I was gonna say they don't have that. I don't know.
The smarter cookie joke was cute, like in a Garfield joke kind of way.
I was gonna say my dad said it.
Even you
Yeah.
couldn't get it out.
I couldn't get it. I knew it was so corny.
I do that. And
I know.
I hate Mondays because of jokes like that.
I know. And like, I was gonna say that my dad said that.
I've seen you do 50 different
It's not a
minutes, and I've never seen you laugh at yourself like I can't fucking believe I just said
I
that.
couldn't believe it either. I was like on the friends and all that.
Let's get back to the real thing. So, did you ask your mom about the fortunes?
Yeah.
What'd she say?
Because, you know.
How many are on the fridge? And how many magnets does it take to
Well, I was gonna say what would be funny because it's kind of something similar, but just taking wrong with it, and it's holding up a fortune, and they're contradicting each other.
Right.
Like you ever saw,
Yeah,
like
Destiny, like those magnets, those inspirational magnets. And the only reason why I said this because my wife had one up there, and then I put the fucking this stupid ass card we got, and it was just like I was reading the magnet, read the fucking card, but you can do it with the fortune, like.
Oh, yeah.
You understand what I mean? You ever see the
Oh,
magnets that give the advice?
All you have to do is open up a
fortune?
few for it to really
One of
get
it's like you. I'm sorry.
all you have to do is open up a few for it to get really contradictory. You know, you open
Yeah.
up one where, tomorrow you will find true love, and then in your third one will say, savor the flavor of loneliness for a while and find yourself. And it's like, wait, what?
And also, it could take, you don't have to use it, whatever, but the fortune says something, the magnet says something. You have those stupid ass fucking magnets that people make words with. You know what I mean? And there's all this shit going on in the refrigerator.
Meanwhile, your mom has more lucky numbers than anybody else in the world right now.
What if the whole thing is like as bad as it is that she has all those, at least she doesn't. And these people are not like, please tell me, am I gonna die tomorrow? And how much more stuff?
Does your mom
As well.
but maybe she's had what you cooking? or the fact that you can't tell her anything, she can only get advice out of a fucking cookie.
I'd ask your mom more questions about this. It's not very
Of course.
but you don't care about the obsession that she's
She's done a lot of weird things.
They always look so old.
Or so young.
The only people that see them feeding Doug are also talking to them.
Yeah, they're magical or something.
So Young is actually one of my favorite Chinese people.
You make me feel. You make me feel so young.
Yeah, I mean, I want to know more about the real thing. How you scared you might end up turning it back. They bother you? Okay, cool. Just letting him go completely.
Yeah, now's the time to talk to her about a will. Get her
The Happy Meal thing didn't work, and not just because of the technical inaccuracies, but because of the fact that it's like they still, like with Chinese food, they still give you the sauces and the napkins and everything. It's not like you don't.
Yeah, you get a toy in a Happy Meal. It's better than advice.
But
I agree with
Happy
Red.
Meals are for children, who are 5, and Chinese food is made by children who are 5.
I agree with you. time to her fortune.
Can I make a quick observation? No, that's funny. That's great.
Exactly. Sarah, thank you so much. Sarah Weinshank. Follow her on Twitter at Princess Shank. That's Kiltony55. This is at the Mike Lawrence on Twitter.
We're done.
Yeah, anything you guys want to promote?
Do we call that one That's How the Cookie Joke Crumbles? I'm at the Mike Lawrence at the Mike Lawrence on Twitter and MikeLawrenceComedy.com. I'm going to be at a comic book convention in Miami, July.
When does this air? 3 weeks? Shit. I think I'm in Austin.
Awesome.
I'm in Austin.
Great town.
At Austin,
Go to
Texas.
BretErnst.com, right?
Yeah, BRETERNST.
Cap City.
Cap City, yeah.
Fucking best.
At Josh Martin Comic, always helping us out. One of our favorite Patriots ever. At Pete EC on Twitter. Very, very great Twitter mind. Always funny jokes. Comic-Con July.
July 23rd, July 24th. Today we're doing a lot of commentaries for new spots.
It's going to be awesome.
Joe Rogan, Doug Benson in the past. Tickets are on sale right now at American Comics, so we're testing about that.
Thank you so much to the live audience. Thank you guys for coming out and always supporting. We'll see you guys next Monday. Tony! Everybody, dreams really do come true. We're doing a Kill Tony from the Ice House in Pasadena. This is crazy. This is like going to. It's like playing basketball at your neighbor's house when you're a kid and on their hoop instead of your hoop. You know, and like hoops are a little bit different. I can tell there's a lot of basketball players in the crowd by the way this is going over. Not really connecting yet. How you guys doing? This is fun. This is a different angle, a different type of setup. The audio actually works here. We have a new sponsor. Give it up for everybody. Delicious diet. Guess when Squirt started? 1653. So what are you thinking here? 1653? Saying Squirt predates the United States of America? I mean, I'd like to believe that. For anybody that's ever had one on a hot summer day, you would think, my God, it seems like they've been making this for centuries. But no, that's just 1938. Everybody. 1938. They've been around a long time.
I think that was the birthday of Charlie Chaplin.
Well, look at that, Brian making a love it.
Beverages and electricity going on here. There's and Joe is known for spilling his coffee all the time. So this might be.
He spills some delicious diet. The caffeine-free thirst quencher and newest Sony turns out they weren't loving it. And then you have to stop saying that we're sponsoring your show.
Yeah.
I was like, protect their own reputation.
Right. I think it's when they started sponsoring SeaWorld, though, because we started drawing attention to this.
Yeah. Which was comedy met, but at the moment there was no. Some can't see the live feed. Is that what's going on right now? They got a new sponsor. It's on Reddit right now. Hashtag kill Tony. Hashtags on Reddit. I meant /. Look at me.
Who here doesn't take squirt and mix it with a little bit of tequila and call it a margarita? Come on.
Yeah, that's as trash as it gets right there, everybody. If you've ever wondered what white trash is for you Latinos in the room or black people, like what's true white trash? Is it, have you ever mixed squirt with tequila and called it a margarita?
That's it.
I saw a few Mexican people pass out when you said, well, I mean, that's probably better than a margarita.
Yeah.
They can't squirt drop us. It just messed up and said spit.
Yeah, but just don't let Joe knock one over on you and squirt all over you and get you wet.
I love it. It would be a first on Kill Tony that I've been drenched in delicious caffeine-free squirt. A thirst quencher is their slogan, by the way. This crowd is not into squirt. What's they want McDonald's. That's McDonald's.
Kill Tony is, by the way. Yeah. All right. Who here has no idea what they're watching right now?
Wow! Really? That's awesome!
That is
Congratulations!
What we do is we do the show once a week, and we help the local stand-up comedy community out. And
they sign up for a show to get constructive criticism from me, Writers Guild member, Comedy Central writer, Death Squad Platinum member. You might know me from Intro Credits. And Brian, the creator of the Death Squad, and always two of our funniest friends are on the show. And this week, Brent.
Yeah.
So getting perspective from two awesome stand-ups tonight is going to be very exciting. We have the great Joe Rogan and Don Myra are with us in the house tonight, everybody. But first, for those of you that haven't been to Kill Tony, you wooers out there, that all went woo, which basically means fuck you and your show. At all times. It started off, it was the Iron Patriot, an autistic man, undiagnosed, in a very $5,000 man suit. He would stand next to the stage and defend us. And then in the episodes, got in the 30s of episodes, he said he's gotten too big show. When he hit 4,000 Twitter followers, he said, I'm going to do my own thing. Now I have a new following. Since then, he's lost more than 1,000 Twitter followers since leaving the show based on the principle. So we've always placed him with a different patriot each week. Pasadena, I bring you a very special treat. And I bring to you one of my favorite patriots. It's Iron Jesus Christ! Look at the reach on this man. Here he is, taking a long walk. There was only one footprints, I do believe, from his walk over the producer of the show, Spiller Keela, accident-prone, speech impediment-infested friend of ours, who thought he had set it all the way down when he put that tequila on the table a few weeks ago. And it went to a good for my dad. But he's looking over. It's the great Ed Josh Martin comic, and we have at Heavenly Light. Jesus Christ is with us every day. Experience Jesus. How's it been going, man?
I have a condor.
There you go. Have you actually measured a condor's wings? Are you being serious, or is that just
I don't know.
somebody dismissed now? I don't know if you heard that.
Bless you.
I knew you're just. Boom. Still got it after thousands of years. Jesus Christ. Never lose that sense of humor. And he said it doesn't go away.
Happy to be back in Pasadena. Last time here, I saw Jim Carrey before it was ever Jim Carrey.
Wow.
1979 or 80.
You used to come here back in the Disney and see all the old.
This was the only show I saw. And I figured maybe I would never see one better.
Look at you now. All of a sudden you're here on Kill Tony. Featured by Squirt, the thirst quencher. This is much more Jim Carrey.
I'll have a squirt margarita, please.
Carl, open up one right now.
Thank you.
I thought that was going to be a worse. I just seen, I'm like, oh, it is.
Here's the back of you. So I
He's into it. How many times do you think you get fucking the best seat in the house? You're like, fucking.
good sport. There's not much to see about it.
Yeah, if that isn't a fine, then it's fine. Because he does pass a lot of gas. He's a
Oh, he does not. You think a guy that sat in the middle of the table in the Last Supper could pass gas? That would be embarrassing. There you go. He's unbelievable. Who said that you didn't really exist, these morons? We're happy to have you back. Keep an eye on us.
Got your back.
In the meanwhile, what do you say we, Josh?
good to go.
Are we?
Yeah.
Guys, are you ready for your guests? Holy shit. Put your hands together for him, everybody. Great. Joe Rogan and Dom Irera. Welcome to the show, guys. We're doing it. Now, Dom, you've been on this show before. Joe sort of gave you an idea of what's going on.
Is this real booze?
Yes, we're hey. Cheers, guys. Salute. Yeah. You would owe $10.
Oh, we've gotten off to a fucking roaring start.
What the fuck was that?
Hilarious from the jump.
Yeah, Joe did the code.
Thank you very much.
It's actually really fun being. We've been looking forward for a long time to have you on the show.
We should be doing podcasts, live podcasts from here.
Yeah.
We should. Just do it all the time.
Yeah, it feels good in here.
But I'm a little too high to be talking to people, so no contacts, nothing crazy. Nobody get out of line. No picture fests.
I was just starting to relax, and then I took that shot of. It didn't warn me that it was that cinnamon. My mind was not prepared for that whatsoever. And now it's like fucking big red.
Yeah, I was thinking it was probably something whiskey-like, but I'd like to add a flavor.
I mean, that's a real surprise.
Yeah. You know what the fuck you just did after drinking one of those? Dude, you know what the fuck you just did.
That's Mistake City. So,
That's where all babies come from. That's the fucking leading juice.
fire, that's how it starts.
So that's this glass. 3 more of those. You got another one, baby. That's how it goes, Don Rivera. Thank you, Joe. Some rocks in there. That's on you, man. What you trying to roof at me, bitch? Don Rivera's not even drinking his own, trying to pass it off.
Oh yeah,
You one of those dudes who has like a special drink? My Tanqueray. Tanqueray. What do you think? You're drinking the same thing? I'm just gonna get fucked up a special way every time. I go to the bar, I go pop to a regular.
What's your drink?
It's amazing how dope doesn't affect you. Does it? How dare you?
Hey, Kevin, do you have any questions for our guests?
Dom. I'm speaking to you from a microphone.
Yes.
So you know the question is important. And Comedy Central, one of the 50 greatest comics of all time. Now, first of all, it was 100, but thank you. 100? Yeah, can I say something before you even ask the fun question? I'm very bitter about that. Because Joe, it's very hurtful. I was number 79. You know who beat me out for 78? Cedric the Entertainer. I can't compete with him. He's an entertainer. I just do jokes. He has a nice spread. The question. That was him. With it. Cedric the who? Cedric the Entertainer. Oh. He's a very funny guy. He's like Earthquake, but different. Exactly like Earthquake.
Kevin, did you have a question?
Just might be on the list. That's amazing. Joe Rogan, you're one of the greatest, cutting edge, smart, funny stand-up comics. They're huge and beautiful, and you're always coming up with new stuff.
The question is,
I'm getting hard as fuck. Tingling and shit. All this. What do you have to? Where's your favorite place to write comedy? To write it actually on airplane seats. I don't know what it is about being in the sky, but it's terrifying. The only place you can get higher so much. Yeah, you can't get any higher, but it's also the act of being in a plane is somewhat terrifying, especially if you're high on edibles. It's a terrifying thing, and there's something about being terrified that makes you creative. So I come up with a lot of shit, like where I'm going, oh no. I come up with a lot of that on airplanes.
I love that.
Sometimes I put a whole lot of love on it in a loop.
Whoa.
Well, thank you both. But thank you very much. But after a while, a meditation after you're ready for the 20th time. Your high laptop.
You have a system worked out. That was a very specific question.
Get high and create. create material.
Amazing.
By these hard meat. What? I was writing like crazy. Somehow my sphincter stimulates my creativity. Makes sense? It would certainly switch it up a bit. Thank you, Doctor.
Well, I'd love to just talk with you guys forever, but unfortunately, this podcast is actually about stand-up comedians doing stand-up and doing 60 seconds apiece. And then we talk to them afterwards and figure out how we can help them in any way, shape, or form. That's what they all signed up for, and many of them are waiting just outside that door for their name to be called. And come in and do 60 seconds.
None of them have a shot.
It's like for these guys that are in the room.
It's funny. Sound like funny. This is funny.
It really is the best of the best of the entire Hollywood open mic that's out there right now. They're dressed better than you.
This is our show.
Dressed like it's a Friday. I usually only see them on the it's like the Yankees of the open mic.
Address.
No, but like in their whole life. Close to pants, it tastes like
Now, many of them know, but we'll let the audience, the new people that have been here for the first time, they know that their time's up to 60 seconds when they hear the meow of a kitty. Really? Listen to how that is one more time. That's your 60 seconds longer than that. Bring out the angry one.
This is our show. We have a guest.
All you podcast listeners, that. Show business did not do over your time. So,
You let that thing address they go over.
It's awesome.
so many comedians signed up and made a drive out from all the way from the heart of Hollywood.
Anybody have a show?
Yes, thank you so much. Ready?
Tony live from the ice house.
60 seconds, and then we're going to end up talking to your first comedian, Kobe Grimes.
Oh, everybody, stop winning. Oh, everybody. If you're asleep right now, you need to awake. If you're awake right now, you need to stay awake. Because the only rise finally bestowed upon us, their extremely precious time and effort. Thank you so much at fucking 3:15 in the morning. Thank you.
Yo, I was here at like 1 and your stream was down. You weren't in here, and I came back, and then your thing was on, but you didn't appear to be conscious. So
All right.
I think I haven't seen your. And I looked on your YouTube, and then it was like blank, like no. It just had like the bullet page, and I was like, "What the fuck?"
That's a great question. Yeah.
Thought you're the #1 streamer of all time.
I am.
Bullshit.
I am. Like 22 of them went out. It just happens randomly. There'll be like a flicker of the router or something. I can't explain it, but at least 3 of them were still going, so that's good.
I'm sorry. What part of the continuous human data repository did you think didn't include the word continuous?
It does.
It
does. It had 3 of them going. I'm not kidding. I had the stream is going. It's pretty dark, but and no joke. Like they'll be able to lighten it in the future. When I say they, scientists and the data archivists of the world. But you're right. When I awoke, I was like, "What the fuck happened?" And dude, I did this fucking such a smart thing, right? I don't know. Maybe. Oh, well, firstly, apologies that I like. Basically, if it gets past 11, I sometimes don't know if out, so I'm like, I'm just going to bed. And then
Oh, I didn't know because you're the one who's up in the middle of the night all the time.
that's true. That's true.
They drag my schedule backwards, so I'm dragging.
Okay, well, let's say just for our own sanity, if you're gonna come in, and I mean, I don't care. You come in whenever you're always welcome here. Something try to by 10 p.m. If you come later than, and I'm not saying I'll absolutely always be. I'm doing my best to try to get my hours shit out because it's just very difficult. I mean, you're in the same boat. So if we can agree on it, but come whenever you want. I love having you here. Can I tell you some stuff?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. Well, firstly, how are you?
Doing good. I hope ChatGPT has helped me sort out my mural thingy mabobber. I was just using it right now to email both the district person and the Business Improvement Association for like trying to gatekeep the wall for the mural festival. And basically what I propose is like they're like, oh, we're that wall is now for the mural festival. The mural festival, I just said, like, look, I've been organizing this mural for like months now, created a site specific design, I'm providing like all these materials, like the business owner and the property owner. Please, if you're open to it, just allow it to be a temporary mural installation from like April until the festival, and when the festival comes, you can paint over it. But I just really trying to use it as a stepping stone in my mural. So hopefully they won't do sabotage that plan, and then they'll be open to it. Because tried to take the least road possible.
I understand that.
We'll see.
Do you
see if the people who have stolen my wall are going to be nice to me?
Do you think they will be?
I mean, it seems like they have no problem just bulldozing me on steamrolling. So, I mean, if not, also another mural spot that I have permission for. But again, I don't know if it's going to be hijacked the moment I try to apply for permission for another wall. But at that point, I just laugh. Like, whatever. You can't paint murals in this town. I have to figure something else out, but it's fine. I have the important thing is that I am so ambitious and confident in my ability to paint murals that I don't. There's just one wall of trillions of buildings, so it'll work out as long as I just stay persistent.
Yeah, incorrect. It's not trillions of buildings, but I get what you're saying. A lot of buildings. And even better than that.
In the future, with modular houses, it could be trillions.
Not really. Probably not that many.
I mean, what do you consider?
4 walls, basically.
And are buildings on the inside or outside?
It's an excellent question. It's subjective. It depends how you look at it. Okay, so this is just, you're not alone in this process. All artists have to go through these kinds of what do you call it? Hoops you have to jump through, and just be patient. And I would go into this personally just being like, they're gonna say we have to reserve the wall for this certain area of town for this event, and then have a backup. I mean, like you said, there are a lot of walls out there or a lot of buildings out there and where you live. And if this one doesn't work, there may be another one that works. And it may be better. You never know.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, I have permission from a flower shop in like the alleyway. So, or yeah, there's a spot that's even nicer and it's private. So please let me paint your wall, and if I get other work because of the results of this wall, I'll just give you like a commission off of it. It's right off the highway, and like hundreds of people go by every day.
Do you have to?
I really want.
Do you have to pay for the paint?
I mean, that depends how you structure it. Right now, like the first one, I'm just volunteering my own paint, which I have a decent little. Like I paint alone, it's probably like a few $1,000s worth of paint dollars. I would alone.
Yeah, no, I imagine it's very paint's expensive.
Yeah, I mean, for spray paint, it can be pricey, I guess. But
well, it depends. Titanium.
Yeah.
It depends the titanium solids in it that you have, and like the like if you get like low VOC, like the volatile organic carbon kind of like environmentally friendly paints that you sometimes need to use, it can get expensive pretty quickly.
Yeah, I mean, spray paint, I guess, is generally kind of similar price, but even just like varnishes are like hundreds of dollars depending on how much you need. But I was just watching a video today on David, who I told you about before.
Yeah, you're obsessed with this dude.
And he, even though he's like super rich off, unfortunately he got all his money in Facebook stock, so I don't know how he feels about the failure of the metaverse, but affecting his stock price. But he still, even with his massive wealth, he will go to Home Depot and just, they have like a section in the paint aisle of Home Depot where it's oops paint, either
Miss Tints.
He knows the guy that works there, and it's like the bin of just paint, and you can get like I don't know how many liters or it's probably like a gallon for like a standard paint thing. Instead of like $40, they're like $10, and then he said that he can like negotiate it down to like $2 because he knows the guy there. And he is also saying that there's like a free wood hack. You go to like the wood section where they have and so he's still very mindful of how much he spent.
Yeah, and there's almost like a game to it, I'm sure, at that point too. Like he knows that he could spend extra money for all this stuff, but there's nothing better than a good deal, especially if it's, like creating art, and then he can tell everybody like, yeah, and like this is all recycled wood, or these are all mistint paints. Enhances the art, in my opinion.
Didn't even think of. I'm sure it is like a game for him in a way, because he could blow whatever, but or maybe it's just like the principle of it, and because he like grew up doing that, it's just like doesn't leave you maybe
Ingrained in him.
Yeah.
I get that. Okay.
Yeah, I think there's got to be a Reddit called like Frugal, I think.
I'm in all that shit. I'm in so many different accounts anymore, and I love Reddit. Like, I can't believe they've banned me, I understand why they have, but like of any website that I use, aside from the streaming and Discord, if I'm bored, I'm on fucking Reddit. First thing in the morning, I'm on fucking Reddit. It's not Twitter, it's not Facebook, it's not Instagram. I'm on Reddit all the time. I learned so much interesting shit on Reddit. Reddit has made me smarter with a passion. It's made me into far more of a well-rounded individual. I'm into things I would have never been into before, especially when it comes to art or cooking or cars or books, literature, book of the month, like things that I normally would be like, oh, I'd be like reading all the time, doing other shit. But that doesn't mean that I follow along with people who are in book of the month clubs or book recommendations, or like they even have these. I just like these really like aesthetic Reddit subreddits that'll be like somebody will play show a picture of just like a mural, and they'll say, please recommend me a book that looks like this, or please recommend me a music that sounds like this. And you know what I mean? Like you can get that kind of theme from something, and people be like, oh, like, so imagine you did or something like that. Somebody might say, or like you know, something like that. And like that's a cool way that AI doesn't really, I'm sure it's for AI training at some point, because like 40% of all of AI is built on Reddit responses, and Sam Altman owns 10% of Reddit, so he has a vested interest in it. But there's all kinds of stuff like that, dude. I did this. This is fucking brilliant in my own way. Okay, let me finish though. We need to be okay, and you've got some other backups, which is totally fine, and they might not reject you, and you might be able to do that your mural this summer. So, you know, you're kind of in a win-win situation. You've got some good prospects. You've got ChatGPT that's helped you with a lot of the work, and you'll be fine.
Yeah, I mean, it might be. I mean, as long as I just keep going. That's the other thing about murals, that it's like the part that I like of it is like the game of it. And, you know, like you see other artists that are doing like creative projects where like they're painting like a cruise ship, or they're doing like a mural in like a really sick hotel like lobby, or all kinds of mediums basically. Another thing that is getting a sewing machine. It's gonna like sew these like crazy art, like my art, but like on clothing and stuff. But yeah, I'm gonna keep on pushing.
A worry of mine would be, especially in LA, if I ever did a mural, the second that it goes up, it becomes a target for people to tag. Do you have that issue?
Yeah, I mean, that unfortunately kind of, I've definitely seen it happen. I've had friends of mine that have done murals, and then some disrespectful person just does their like black bubble letters over it. I think that if you do it on a large enough scale, then it's not really a problem, because those people that are quickly doing bubble letters are going to like go up on like a 15-foot ladder to for your thing. Well, you can also avoid it, I think. I mean, depends where, I guess, but if you're using, typically people like will respect it more. And like you have like cities like San Francisco or whatever, and I've been to San Francisco, and there's some like really amazing murals there, and they've been there a long time because they're really good pieces of art, and it's like people respected it, I guess. But it does suck if you work hard on something and then some guy just scribbles over it, or literally just go back and repaint the whole thing.
Yeah, it
is a risk.
It's just a matter of time. Long enough amount of time, every mural will get some kind of graffiti on it. Like they throw like tomato soup on paintings. You know what I mean? Like even like to prove whatever. Hundreds of year paintings. So I was an epoxy that would protect your art, and then if somebody just like tagged it, you could just remove their tag pretty easily. And I'm sure that exists. I don't know how realistic it is. Like times epoxies that are in the solid time long periods of time can cloud or with and anything else going on.
I just got my new Yeezys ordered or received them from China that I ordered a couple weeks ago. Got here pretty quick. Just wearing them around the house because I have these pair of Yeezys that like the shoe that I've ever worn. My other ones are falling apart. These fake Yeezys, and hopefully they're gonna be super comfy.
Do they fit you?
Right now they feel like moon shoes for spongy, which is what I like very like stable.
Do they fit you?
Really planted. Yeah, they do. They fit pretty good. I thought they were gonna be too big, but they're not. They don't appear pretty better.
What, if I may ask, what size?
Normally 10, but then on the internet they said to buy a size up because they're really, really narrow-toed shoes. So I got 10.5.
You're 6'4" and a 10.5.
Yeah.
That's small.
Well, 10.
Or 10. I'm 5'9" and I'm 5'9" and 3/4, and I'm a 13. I'm a freak.
Yeah, I guess.
What do you want me? What do you want? What do you want me to say? I'm a freak.
My friend is a size 14, and he said that it's like nearly impossible. So you're almost in that category.
Exactly. I have very big hands. I have the hands of a 6'6" person. So I one time, this is like 10, 15 years ago, or like 10 years ago. I got into AliExpress at the time. It was like super high. It's still China's biggest company. But they were trying to invade the United States market with cheap products. Basically, it was Temu before Temu, except I think the quality was better. Though I don't know because I use Temu, but so I saw from AliExpress, and it was interesting. It was everything that Amazon was, except it just didn't come as quickly because it had to sit on a boat. And I thought, you know what, I'm gonna buy like all these shoes that I'm not a sneakerhead, but like I guess I've become one sort of. It's just having some knowledge of things, and I bought all. It's not every single pair, but the originals, and then like the different ones, like the main big ones, like maybe like 6 pairs or so. And I took a risk, and I like when you would buy from those websites, they don't sell that shoe in like anything bigger than like an 11, because like Asian are pretty small, so it was really hard to find this stuff. And I found anyway, all the shoes came all too small. They were made for a smaller person. I would I don't know, maybe wear they look like Jordans, but they just wear. So I was wondering if you had the same issue, but you have a more common foot size, so that's they're comfortable and everything. And you can't tell the difference, can you?
Quality of the replicas, and there's entire stores that are selling. Walk into like physical stores and stuff,
Right.
and it's pretty interesting how many knockoffs Yeezys. Like there's like a whole market. My only concern is that they'd get like stopped at the border or something, because apparently ordering like replicas are not allowed, or like there's just one pair, so I wasn't really worried. Like if you're ordering like 10 pairs, then they might care. It looks like you're trying to sell them, but
Right.
these are just for walking around. So.
Very well. Look who's stepping. What do you want to play, Bryzer?
Also, William Montgomery. I got an ad that William Montgomery is coming to Vancouver in a couple weeks on my Instagram, and I was like, damn, I gotta go see this guy. But he's performing a little bit, and I could have mine out there, but I don't know if my friend is gonna like William Montgomery at all. So,
How much is an Uber?
William Montgomery. It'd be like $200.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Too far.
A long way.
Too far. I gotcha.
William Montgomery is the worst comedian I've ever seen.
Okay. Have you ever looked in the mirror?
I watched WWE. I watched the WWE, and Montgomery was me. I had to turn it off like that.
I heard he bombed. I didn't watch it because it's not like I love Kill Tony. I'm watching Kill Tony right now, right? Like the old ones. And I heard, at least in the forum on Reddit, that people were like, don't order this one. If you're gonna order one of the Netflix Kill Tonys, don't make it this one because it's not very good. So what did you think of it, Zoot?
It's fucking terrible.
Okay.
Have you not seen his Kill Tony performances? Because he fell most of the time.
Here's the issue. You picked The Undertaker as the guest, and The Undertaker wasn't in character. The Undertaker wasn't in character. The Undertaker has like this mysterious vibe to him.
Right.
And for the reason in the last couple of years, he broke character podcast, and now he's now with The Undertaker, and everyone sees him as the reverse.
Right.
Like,
That's true.
Just you made tens of millions of dollars just for, like, the guy who made $10 million for saying nothing and just walking and throwing people, and then he breaks the character. He was not talk, and now he talks, and now I don't know. Maybe
He's like super friendly stuff. He's like, hi, I'm the Undertaker.
just be weird. Be like, just like, don't talk. Just don't talk.
Okay, but then he wouldn't be invited as a guest, and he wouldn't be on podcasts. He's made a lot of money, but he hasn't made as much money as you may think he makes. Those guys don't make that much money. They get a lot of publicity, but WWE has for years been for like nice. They don't get health benefits. He needs to make money at a later age. He doesn't just have the ability to be. His body can't take all the of being a professional wrestler. So, and I understand he has that reputation, but I get it. It's called breaking character, and he's done that.
John Cena made hundreds of millions.
Yeah, he was a little. He came about later, and he also did movies and stuff. Like the Undertaker didn't do movies. John Cena did movies.
Yeah, he did.
Okay, what big movie was the Undertaker in that he was like a star?
Right, wasn't a star.
Yeah, I mean he might have like just.
He was in The Longest Shot.
That's true. That's true. But I mean, like Joey Diaz was in The Longest Yard. Like he wasn't able to retire from that kind of a paycheck. But John Cena did movies that were like he was the star, so he made more money there. And then he also did a lot of like he sold a lot as well. Not to say that the Taker didn't, but John Cena is arguably the biggest wrestler of the last 15 years.
No. The Undertaker would have made a lot of money from touring.
They don't make that much money.
Solo touring?
just different cemeteries and throwing tables.
The cemetery?
Dude, I remember
Undertaker was a draw card. Undertaker was a draw card WWE. He would have been one of the highest paid.
Yeah, okay. I'll look up what he made. I mean, these are facts that we can find out. I remember when the Undertaker first arrived on the scene in WWE, which is long before your guys' time. He was so scary.
WWF.
Yeah, exactly. WWF. Then, how much has the Undertaker made from the WWE? So okay, over 30 years, he made $17 million. That's less than $1 million a year. I'm not saying that's terrible money, but that's not that great.
Well, he probably made way less at the start than I forget.
That's true too. When he used to come out and they used to play that organ music, and he was managed by a guy named like he would like face off again, and everybody would be maniac. Hulk Hogan would make one with American deal. Like he was like the ultimate icon of the WWF at the time. And then you get this huge guy who they build at like 7 feet, who's really like 6'10", really big dude. And he wouldn't say anything. No, like, he was way bigger, and the was his own thing. I'm saying this is after Andre the Giant died, and they needed somebody to kind of that big dude in WWE, and that was the Undertaker. And he would go up there, and he would like he would roll back in his in their socket, so he just had white eyes. It would freak out everybody. He was just and they're like millionaires, but they are not. They have a lot of bills, and they're on the road all the time.
No, not instant, but the difference between the Undertaker is like household name, and like everyone knows the Undertaker.
That's true, but the money went to Vince McMahon. Let's be honest. Like This guy only made $500,000 a year. Vince McMahon became a billionaire because of this.
McMahon's not a good person.
No, not. Anyway, The Undertaker, yeah, totally. And so he merges these two worlds. Anything that he's into, he like merges into his world. And WWE definitely was. He did a roast of WWE last year that was not televised because it was so bad. And then this year they did Kill Tony Fest or whatever. Um, it it's
Do you think John
go ahead.
is like an icon of WWE now?
Yeah, he's kind of like become a little bit bigger though. He's supposedly like the number one person all time to do make a wishes, like meeting kids who are in hospitals who are gonna die and stuff.
Who's bigger, The Rock or John Cena?
The Rock. The Rock is like arguably the most bankable person in Hollywood. He's like things in his contract that say he can't lose in the movie, he can't lose a fight. And if you look at the like when he's in a movie, it just basically becomes an automatic blockbuster. He isn't the top the absolute top banked actor in Hollywood, simply from the fact that I think it's Scarlett Johansson because like in all those Marvel movies and those make so money, but she doesn't carry those movies as opposed to a movie. If The Rock's in the movie, much bigger. Did either of you see the Rock, that fighter movie? I didn't either.
Who do you think the biggest wrestler in the world is?
I'm biased. It to me will always be Hulk Hogan. Hulk Hogan made the WWF a thing. Before wrestling was really unique in the United States. There wasn't one national brand. There were just regional brands, and Vince McMahon from like Connecticut basically was able to buy all the smaller all of the smaller ones, the smaller wrestling companies, and then kind of united, made a lot of money on Andre the Giant, and then eventually Hulk Hogan. And then Hulk Hogan like had an entire other career with a different company, WCW, where he was huge. It was like, so when you say like who's the biggest wrestler, it was like every kid. I mean, I didn't, but like every kid basically under 13 from the years 1998 2000 had a new word, having no idea what that term, because it was wrestling related, and he was like an icon. Another big one was Stone Cold Steve Austin. That was like the peak WWE. It's called the Attitude Era, where they like rip off women's bikinis and they'd have like painted boobs and they'd show it on TV. It was, and then they would use blood. They would hit people with chairs. They don't do that stuff. Yeah, it's not too quick though. Go ahead.
David's being charged with murder officially charged with murder.
Okay. I heard Russell
David Attenborough.
Sorry?
Russell Brand or whatever was charged with rape as well. Is that true? I get all my slips on Instagram.
You go, yeah. Like he's being charged with 8 counts. Jesus. And
Rise, are you to lose?
Yeah.
And he's charged with and David's charged with murder, and there's a lot of people that knew about the relationship that knew about the relationship, and that was the motive behind the murder. There's a lot of people that knew about the relationship that should also be charged for trying to cover up the relationship and knowing of the relationship authorities when they knew.
Do you think you should be charged?
I only found out about it after she was murdered, so I only found out who he was after she was murdered.
Same here. I feel I'm ill. Do you know that both have invitations? Riser knows.
On Zoo.
What else is new?
That was pretty.
Zoo. You know you have an invitation on an Australian podcast yesterday.
Do you know that I was on Australian podcasts 2 months ago?
Well, I had scheduled these things midday vacation. 4 conversations now, 2 of which have been on podcasts. We normally do follow-up emails to each other, like, hey, looking forward to tomorrow's discussion or whatever, just as a like friendly reminder.
I haven't got an invite.
Okay, Zoo, you've got like 12 invites, but that's okay. Okay, I just one.
Now I've got the invite.
Okay, fine. And I just had a feeling if I don't send him a reminder, he's gonna forget or something. I just had a feeling. And
Rabbi.
dude, I'm in the middle of a fucking story, so shut the fuck up. And I figured okay, and so I figured he's not going to show up if I don't send an email, and I was right that he did not. So I sent an email when we were supposed to meet, and like 40 minutes later, he apologized. It's like 3 p.m. California time is like 8 a.m. like Brisbane time, something like that. And so he's like, I slept in. He apologized, and we did the interview, and it was good. It was on mega projects, and we talked about building a tunnel and bridge system from Southeast Asia to Australia, and we talked about greening the outback, basically like making it suitable. And this guy's like an ultra Australian, like I don't know. He's like MAGA, but I wouldn't say that. But like he's like make Australia great again. He's like really into Australia, like Australian patriotism and stuff, which is cool. Like I like that about him. Like it's unique. And so I was like, you can use desalination and basically green the outland there. And he's like, but we don't want other people here. I understand, but you all grandchildren, right? And you want them to have a to live, correct? And he's like, oh yeah. And I'm like, well, they're not going to be able to live on each other in your like 6 major cities, and that's basically all that you have if you don't expand. And he's like, no, that makes sense. So we talked about building a Bering Strait tunnel, so that connects Asia and the United States. We talked about clearing the Darien Gap in an environmentally friendly way. That's the area between Colombia and so that you could drive from north to south. We about. Did you just say fuck you? Okay, cool. Oh fuck. We talked about building a bridge across Africa and Europe. We talked about building a some interesting conversation. Time around.
Did you hear about the Arabia's building some building twice the size of the Burj Khalifa, and basically to do it, they're using like super concrete, which is like 5 times more durable and expensive than regular concrete, and they're also using, instead of just regular steel beams, like the special base grade alloy that's like super dense, and they're reinforcing the concrete with the super silk or super metal alloy. Apparently,
Word dog. Everybody knows. They requested that I be a consultant on their project.
Excellent.
Yeah, that should.
How did you propose the space elevator be built?
Yeah, great question. So the main issue is tensile strength. Steel cables work like their weakest link, but there's an amount of technology known as carbon nanotubes. Basically, like imagine carbon fiber, like carbon fiber cables, and these carbon fiber cables are much stronger than your cable and would be able to theoretically take the weight and the environmental impact of being a space elevator. He was all about that. He was like, and we discussed like it's a total waste of money just sending rockets up every single time. They're not always replaceable, and why would you money when you could build a space elevator? And so we agreed on. And these conversations are really short. They're like just 20 minutes. So we didn't have like a ton of time to get into anything. There are elements of it that I like about it, but then again, it's like super short. And I wanted to talk about more, like I wanted to talk about a Red Sea bridge, basically a bridge from Africa to the Middle East across the Red Sea that could be built. May be very beneficial. But I just was able to touch on that.
Space elevator, though, like, is the point to cool the Earth, putting ice or salt water into ice cubes, or what's the purpose of it?
No, a space elevator is a way to go into space where you don't need rockets. So basically, think of
you can transport anything up in space.
That's true. Yeah, I mean, it's basically a cable.
Right. I mean, doesn't it need like an anchor at the top of it to like hold chain? Let's say like
Yeah, Zoot, go. Yes. Yeah. So that it needs to be in geo. You get it in permanent along, like, I don't want to say permanently. It needs slight adjustments, but basically, like, if you get a cable from the Earth to space far enough, it will stay in geosynchronous naturally.
Oh, so you just have to get it there and then
Exactly. It stays.
float.
Exactly. Like, you know how satellites just kind of float in geosynchronous orbit?
Yeah.
It would be like taking a cable from one of those and I've seen renderings of this, like really cool videos of people who have them, created them. These theoretically came from Florida, but I don't think Florida would work that well. I think a place like Kuwait is like the ideal place to have it. The temperature is really or the conditions are really consistent. They don't have to worry about monsoons, hurricanes, or cyclones or anything. They have the money to be able to do it. There's space with the guy in Kuwait, and he's like, "This is never going to happen." I'm like, "Not only is this going to happen, but in the future, the people of are going to conversation, and they're going to want to be the ones to sponsor it." So I want it to be in Kuwait.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be like having like a basically like the Panama Canal. Kind of.
Exactly.
There's only one, which there probably wouldn't only be one, but the first one it came out, there'd only be one.
Yeah, exactly. Just you're 100% right, but like there are
when they need like a Kuwait space program though to justify it, or there it just doesn't even matter. They have the perfect environment. So
they have the perfect environment. You can use international relations for that kind of stuff. And I'm an advocate for building another Panama Canal, at least one. There's a way to do it through Honduras, and it was originally proposed before the Panama one. It's very mountainous. And the other thing, there's the proposed Ben Gurion Canal, another Suez Canal that's basically through Gaza. And there are theories that the reason why what's happening in Gaza is happening is to make space for this new canal. There's also a thing that was announced recently. Israel is sending 300,000 people to Argentina, basically build a new country there. A lot of shit, and these are like mega projects for the coming centuries, and people don't realize it, but the Earth is evolving.
What are they sending to Argentina? I didn't hear it.
300,000 people to create like a mini colony.
Say,
you're fucked.
I just have to go. I just having a bit of mental health. I'm gonna take a break. I'll be back.
Dude, don't go. Zoot, come on, we're gonna play Cutthroat. Zoot, are you ready to play Cutthroat? All right, I'll say that as a no. I know. Okay, before we do another game, dude, I developed the sweetest fucking bot for making memes. Oh my word, is this fucking thing great? All right, so do you know what Getty Images are? It's like all the Hollywood pictures are taken by a company called Getty, related to J. Paul Getty, founder of Getty Oil, at one time considered perhaps one of the richest people on earth. Anyways, So it's like basically their photo company, and usually you have to pay like huge amounts of money to use these people's pictures. But I figured out a way to just bulk download many different pages of these pictures. What I did is I just bulk downloaded like super hot women of history, like Audrey Hepburn and like Marilyn Monroe and like Mary Tyler Moore and like all these really pretty ladies. And then I built a bot that automatically creates just takes their picture, and at the bottom just says, please type Rabbi Rothschild YouTube and filterfree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. And I've made like 500 of these memes, loaded them to the internet in the last like 24 hours. And I haven't even been like focused on it. But yeah, so I got that going for me. So what's the purpose of this? Basically, if you create them and you just leave it, thousands of people will view it over the course of months and years. And it's like basically free real estate, like that other meme. It's free real estate. It's like much content as possible. There's a theory. There's a phrase in politics. I don't like the guy who's credited with it, Steve Bannon, but it's called flooding the zone. Basically, that's the theory. When you got something bad, like publicity wise, well, I don't have anything bad publicity wise, so I don't want to make it seem like that. But my thing is, I have another rabbi who is beating me in search engine optimization for my own fucking name, and so I've got to beat this guy out. He's dead. He's been 60 years, 50 years, and but he's still beating me in search engine optimization. I've got to overtake that guy. So the way that I'm doing it is just flooding it with as much content as possible. And so yeah. Anyway, I want you to look at some of my memes. Can you go to a browser?
Okay.
And type in IMG FLIP, image flip, IMG FLIP.
Down there.
And then type into the search Rothschild. I think that should work. I haven't been doing this that long. I've made like 3 days. So these images haven't necessarily populated on Google yet, but they've populated on here. And you can see I have.
Please type Rabbi Rothschild on YouTube and filter by live.
Yeah, those are. So here's the thing. I see that. Go down, like, those aren't the memes. Those are really, frankly, the okay, wait, hold on. Those are just the templates that I used of like all the hot ladies. So if you go to the section below that, you can see some of the memes that I've made. Those are so the ones
famous Kabbalist and Orthodox Jewish Rabbi Michael Mosh Rothschild.
Yeah.
Rothschild Rabbi streams 24/7, 365 feeds.
Do you see where it says images and then it says fun, and you can change that to all?
Yeah.
Change it to all and then go to images, and you can see, like, I actually did make real memes. So, like, do you see the one? Do you see some of them? Like Rabbi Rothschild, hashtag ViralRabbi is the most lovable person of all time. And then the thing.
For Rabbi Rothschild to go viral.
That one went populated really well in YouTube or on Google. So anyway, if you look at the views, like some of them have like 34 views, 78 views, 14 views, 57 views, 16 views, 9 views, 10 views, 77 views. Like they've only been up for like a few days, and so they do get views. And I don't think I'm going viral from doing that by any means, but when you type in Rabbi into Google takes so many pictures of myself that like are like interesting. Like, I am not going tomorrow, and I'm not going to Paris tomorrow. So like the pictures that I do take are like I have pictures of me that I uploaded from like the Hollywood sign and like Disneyland and like the beach, and those do okay, but they're like not like a big ins or anything, but memes do really well. So I think it's cool that I created this strategy. How it goes. And
Probably like other people uploading your podcast or the podcast with your name in it also helps, or just other people posting about you.
yeah, it does. It absolutely does. And
I mean, this is all hinging on like the fact that like when people search stuff will come up about you. And I guess you have, I was reading somewhere, it was like, or maybe you told me where you're like, I know people are searching for me because it says Rabbi Rothschild Rabbi Rothschild Discord, Rabbi Rothschild Rumble.
exactly. Yeah. When you know the Google suggestions when you type in Rabbi Rothschild, the suggestion I'll say that even to the point where it says Rabbi Rothschild, it puts my whole Discord address in there. I get it. Google being a historical person and keeping them ahead of me. It's like their name was, I don't know, Alexander the Great, and you're trying to outdo Alexander the Great. It's like, dude, it's really, really hard. This is a historical figure. It's not that difficult, but it's still difficult.
Some guy who on Telegram can allegedly just manipulate the Google search results,
Dog,
including the advertisement.
Dog, I don't even want to talk about that. I've worked with so many companies, in startups that say they can do that. Everybody says they can do that, and then you pay them a bunch of money, and they request you to pay for advertisements so that your whatever the word is goes to your competition. Yeah, it's a pay-to-play system. Don't believe anybody who says they can do it organically. The only way to do it organically is the way that I'm doing it, by creating tons of videos, tons of content, press releases. It's the only way to do it. Some random guy on Telegram the ability to do this?
That's just what he claimed, and whether that's true or not, who knows?
Okay, come on, let's use our heads and think. Google is a $1 trillion company. Why are they letting some random guy on Telegram have access?
He doesn't have. He allegedly is using some backdoor to get in.
Right. Okay, but I mean, don't you think that Google has their backdoors as
According to this source, they not as he doesn't say it as you might imagine.
Okay, then why wouldn't he?
I don't think it's a good strategy.
Wait. Then why wouldn't he make his result be number one when you type in search engine optimization? When you type in Google, right? That if you could do that, then you would make your name number one for.
No, well then you're gonna get flagged. But if you just make it like search ViralRabbi that yours comes up, then Google may not notice. But if you start fucking with like when you type in Facebook, Rabbi shows up. It's like they're gonna know.
Yeah. Okay. I will just straight up say this. Everybody says they can do that. I don't believe them. I mean, I've seen these companies make thousands of dollars in search engine optimization. So
that's interesting.
Oh, dude, it happens so. But I can tell you this: of all the things, they do have some good advice. They'll say write blog articles that are heavily indexed with search engine words or phrases, and that works. That works really well. I one time wrote for every city in Southern California and every, not just city, but even neighborhood. I wrote in our website on car washing, and it was a project that I had that I enjoyed doing it, and it allowed us to rank anywhere. You could type in uh, Irvine car wash, boom, we show up number one. You type in Los Angeles car wash, boom, we show up number one. You in Beverly Hills car wash, boom, we would do neighborhoods of places, like what's a neighborhood, like, and Los Angeles is really interesting the way it was incorporated. Like a place like LA is a neighborhood of Los Angeles, but a place like West Hollywood is its own city. It's like, wait, isn't it Hollywood? Isn't it? And then the term Hollywood, that's Angeles. It's very confusing. But like a city like North Hollywood is a neighborhood, and Hollywood in general means everything from basically well, it means everything in Los Angeles, but it can also mean like you could call Beverly Hills is Hollywood, even though Beverly Hills it's its own city. You say the Hollywood glitz and glamour. Many times people are talking about those people who live in Beverly Hills. Anyway, I just think that that's an interesting thing. Like that it's not that clear. So I wrote these blogs on all of, like car wash to rank for is car wash near you, and my blogs were everywhere. Were they the best written things at the time? Yeah, they were the best written things we could get, and then they worked so well that the owner of the business ended up when I went to work I left him to work as an accountant because I wanted. He hired this kid from Yale who was a creative writer, and then write 5 articles on the cities that I had written on. And so we had this huge database of thousands of articles, and eventually like just dominate. I mean, that's why like even years later, years after that business is closed, like you said, when you like type in things for mobile, we would show up. Like that's how much dominated in the second biggest market in the United States. So I was quite proud. Wait, as people say, the biggest market in the biggest state in the United States. No, we say the biggest market in the biggest state, biggest economy in the world. Anyway, that's that.
All spamming internet.
I can't do. I'll never forget where I was when I heard the term SEO. I heard these guys talk SEO. I had just joined this company, and they're talking SEO, 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 and I'm like, "What are you saying?" They're like SEO. I'm like, "Okay, I just joined the company like yesterday. I don't know what that is." They're like, "It's search engine optimization. It's like the big thing on the internet. It's how you get your stuff to rank." And I'm like, "Oh, there's a science behind that?" And they're like, "Yeah, it's like a huge science. It's huge money." Absolutely huge money. So we bring in these companies. We've been a bunch of companies. We even talked with the biggest SEO podcast in the world. He was very helpful, very, very, very nice guy. I got that arranged. Anyway, the SEO team that we brought in initially, these guys come in and they're like, they're telling us like how you can rank really well, and they're like, you need blogs, you need these specific blogs that will be very helpful to you. And so we're like, and us that at the time data was the number 2 on Earth water, and that triggered in my mind. This before the this was before the Economist wrote petroleum, but this stuck out in my data was a resource and really valuable, and people didn't read it. And that was in 2017 when I heard that, and in its own way, like I think about that all the time. You know, I mean, I've made them my phone, and I think that that was a big day. That was a big day. And then another interesting thing, when we had the guy from the biggest podcast on SEO in the world, he said to us, this was in like 2018 or something, that was the for the internet, and that the emphasizing video much more than text in the coming years. It's come to fruition to some extent, but he also planted a seed in my head that video was where it was at. It wasn't in audio necessarily. The audio was big. It wasn't in photos. It wasn't in text. It was in, and those two little things, think about it, from what I talk about, what I do, like really impacted my life. And now here we see that I'm flooding the internet with as much content as possible. I mean, Riser, do you know anybody who makes as much content as I do?
I don't think that's.
I don't think it's possible. Exactly. I would say this. I think I have more content myself than all your friends combined easily. You don't have 25 streamer friends, and I am live on 25 different streams. Generally, 24 hours a day. Sometimes they do go down, but I still have some of them going, 3, 4, 5 of them going, and it's certainly on the different platforms. It's an incredible amount of data that I put out, and I don't know anyone. Like, it's a really unique strategy that I've used. That why not create as much? Why not be the person to create as much content as is absolutely possible? Nobody else thinks like that, and I think once people start to hear it, they will. But anyway, I did this podcast yesterday. It was really good. It was on Mega Products. There's another podcast that I've made arrangements to do. I don't know if this is going to work. Well, I think it will. Just take time. There's this guy. He's got 40 million followers on Twitter. He was the first Uruguayan hacker who was sent to jail or something like that. And I want to be on his podcast. He has a podcast. And then also Morelight paid like $500 to do these press releases that I wrote and submitted them. I did not see. I saw them published. Going to be in the Boston Globe, and I'll messaging that article that we wrote was they didn't consider it newsworthy enough. I mean, and that's a good point. I just wrote Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu is the best cryptocurrency in global history. Like, that's a hard thing to prove and whatever. So we rewrote the press releases under the guise of Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu launches a new merchandise site in 1,000 days in their Telegram or something like that, which is more newsworthy. And so they did launch their own site for merch that earns the company money or whatever, or earns the cryptocurrency money. Anyway, so I've got that going for me, which is cool. And
You've got an invite.
oh, tight. That's what I like to hear. That's what I like to hear. I've got an invite. So I'm gonna now go check my invites, and then I'm gonna dominate you. Oh, you're just looking to get your ass kicked early this morning, aren't you? And you're going first?
I'm sorry. Are you complaining? Wang?
Twang. It's like
What the fuck is twang?
you don't know what twang is? It's like the way that people in the South speak. Like that Southern twang. That's what that's known as. I guess it's just like a way someone speaks.
Oh, what the fuck?
Do you want?
By the timer now.
Do you want? Do you want your turn back?
No, I deserve to lose it. I thought I had way more time. Not paying attention.
Look at this lead. Already up 13 points on my man. But don't worry, all the S's, all the X's, all the Q's, all the Z's. Dog, I'm gonna dominate you so badly in this game. It's close.
Once I get these god off files out of the way.
I'm up 33 points. We played like 5 turns. 33 points is a giant lead. Maybe one of the biggest leads in the history of the game. This lead, especially considering I went second and
Shush. Oh my.
busting your balls. I've gotten really good tiles thus far. Oh, that was good.
Talking during the backs is only when I'm spouting a whole rant of bullshit. Oh, I'm trying to think. Cheating. But that's okay. Still gonna win.
Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here. No. No, get out of here. You're guessing. You don't have a word. You're just throwing balls on the board. Your time's running out, big man. Oh
I
man.
wish there was a letter I could have clocked on top of it.
That would have been huge. A jar's a really good word though.
Guess for that stupid J.
Look at Riser making a clap.
I guess I got rid of tiles, so it wasn't all bad. Just waiting for you to plop down some S's for the group. What the fuck? Nice.
Thank you.
That was good. That was fun. Wow, skill. Way to close it off.
That was good.
I guess. Yeah, a little bit. Thanks. There wasn't even a 2-letter there. What?
There was a 3-letter there.
Yo, I need to read that.
A 3 was 3 words.
That's great.
It was 3 words.
That is. There's no like bonus.
There was a 3-word bonus.
There's not a 3-word bonus there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there is.
Look at you, just wasting a cue.
On fire. Did kind of waste it there a little bit. We both know you're just going to play key anyway, so that's the only cue. Quid or quit or quill or key. Those are the only cue words I've ever seen. Thank you for contributing to look at this.
That was good.
Someone's got a mess. Cheat. Oh, nice.
You know what music could become really popular in the future?
Moon music.
Fuck you.
I could have played the K there for so many more.
Hey, Rabbi.
What up, dude? Are you doing okay?
I was thinking antidepressants, but then I was just thinking if I get on antidepressants, I might overdose. I might be tempted to overdose on antidepressants.
Well, you need something, big dog.
That's the dilemma I'm having.
Okay, why don't you get on the antipsychotics for Tourette's? Your country offers free healthcare. You brag about it, but you don't use it.
Your country offers free healthcare.
No, it does not. Healthcare in the United States is extremely expensive.
Why do you think that is?
Companies putting profits before people. You know, again, for the entire you need a therapist. You need someone with you about what's going on with you.
You need a therapist.
Maybe I'm a bunch of people's therapists, and I'm of any person you know in as good of mental health as you're gonna find.
I think the homeless guy down street has the name.
I think so. That's why you need help, my man. And where are you? Riser, this game is a lot closer than I want it to be. How many tiles are left?
What the fuck? How do you spell Devious?
Devious. S.
I have a anything you want tile.
So there's
Unfortunately, yeah.
The less people who know about Ponzi, the better.
about Fonzie.
Yep. You want to be early to the Ponzi.
Fonzie, like the guy from.
Yeah.
The Happy Days. Oh, major miss. Major miss.
This one's good.
Oh, that on my. Dog, you colluded with Zoot to distract me about Fonzie. How many tiles
Oh,
are?
there's 0 tiles left.
Oh, fuck this! You did collude with Zoot.
Fonzie, yeah. I got $12 to my name right
Aren't you going to Melbourne this weekend?
now. Not anymore.
Where did all your money go?
Drugs.
Zoot, what are you doing, dude?
Drugs.
What drugs?
Heroin. Not kidding.
What drugs did you buy, Zoot?
He's pandering. Bob Lazar.
Shut the fuck up. That's our hero, dog.
GG.
Wow. Great way to have Zoot distract me so you could play about Fonzie Bear or Fozzie Bear or Fonzie. That stupid coin, whatever it was called, dog something. And not dog with hat. Well, oh, monk. Zoot, where did all your money go? All right, big man. Hold on. Listen to me. Get your sleep at 8 o'clock. And then we'll watch a documentary and we'll get into a rhythm. And then we'll get our hours back. Okay?
All right.
Can we do that? Wait.
I came earlier, but you
Dude, you came at 1 in the morning. Night. Let's the Richard Branson document, okay?
All right.
Excellent. So I'm gonna
Might be a little later, but I'll try to do it.
Dog, well, that's a 2-hour shift. You have to understand I'm waiting on you. And if you don't come in, then I'm like, well, I get tired too and I want to go to bed. Let's back to normal. That way we're not up till 1 or 2. We'll be up till 11 or 12, which is more healthy.
Okay.
Just do that.
No, I
at 8. It's fine if you need to make dinner or whatever, around that time. That while you're making we'll be watching the documentary. But we got to get our hours back. So I'll see you tonight at 8, God willing. Okay.
All right, bet.
All right.
Here.
Hey, wishes with the mural. Keep me posted.
Hell yeah.
Hey, good job in literati too. That was really good. Take care, my man.
Yeah, that
That was baller. No doubt about that, man.
And he left.
Oh. Dog,
I was gonna say, dude, I don't know what the fuck is bothering him, but
he needs my man Zoot.
Everyone conquer. You gotta conquer all the negative emotions.
It's been
not exactly easy.
It's been getting worse, and like I told him, I know you want to go to bed, but I told him um before he was going to Melbourne, I said, "You're not going to Melbourne." He's like, "Yeah, I am. I made plans." I'm like, "Dog, I know you. You're not going to Melbourne." He's like, "It's only an hour flight or whatever." I'm like, "Yeah, but Riser, you know this. Melbourne's expensive in comparison to just the life that Zoot's living. He has no income coming in, and like a hotel room. He doesn't have a car. He's taking a flight. So that's like pretty expensive, and I don't know, like getting a hotel, getting an Uber, eating, all that shit's expensive. That he's looking at like at least $1,000 for the weekend, I would say. Maybe I'm a little off there, but if he's staying multiple days in a big city, it's going to be expensive. And I told him, dude,
He's going to see comedy.
Yeah, exactly. He wanted to see his comedy friends there. I'm like, dude, you're not going to do
Doesn't
that.
he? Yeah, he has friends there.
No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. Come on, they're like the people.
Well, you just said
I'm saying that he says he has friends there. These are the people from the comedy club who won't let him open for them. But I was like, okay, dude, you think you're gonna go there and whatever. I didn't mean to shit on his plan, but I'm just like, you have no money to be doing this kind of stuff. I told him, why don't you just go get a hooker? Like, get your mind off it. Go have some fun with some chick. The hookers there are like extremely prevalent, and it's legal, or it's legal like everywhere except where he is, or some shit like that. I'm like, dude, you're gonna go to Melbourne, which is like $1,000 for a weekend at least. I mean, look, I don't know how much flights are, but maybe $300 for a flight. Maybe there and back, maybe $300. Then a hotel is going to be like at least $100 a night, and you might have to stay 2 nights or so. That's $500. Then meals in a big city, probably $100 a day. So if he's there 2 or 3 days, there, that's $700. That doesn't get him into Uber. Going to be, because he doesn't have a car, it's going to be another $100 a day. So that gets him to $900. Getting into the comedy club is going to be probably another $20, $30, $40, $50 for a couple nights. Like right there, that's $1,000. It's $950. But I mean, I'm sure that he'll get coffee or whatever. And I told him, I don't think that you're gonna go. And he's like, I'm going. I'm like, dude, I'm telling you that I don't think that you're gonna go. He's not in a good state. I'm telling him, you need to seek professional help. I'm not a podiatrist, and I don't want to be. There's a reason why I did not get into that field, though I think I could be very good at it. I can, but at the end of the day, I don't have all the abilities that a psychiatrist has to prescribe you perhaps the medication that you need. And which is fine. I don't even know what autistic means, but I do know that he has bigger issues than whatever he's saying he's getting just so he can get a stipend from the government. And he's he keeps coming in here and saying he called the lifeline or whatever, and he'll just randomly really sad things like, I'm gonna KILL, like, whatever. He's gonna like do harm to himself, and I don't want that. I want Zoot to live a wonderful life, but he's just in this spiral. And if he can seek medical help, like, I don't know what to do with him. And he's like, I don't want to there are a lot from that industry is negative, and I just it's a bigger problem than I can control. I miss the old Zoot who would come in here. I guess when he had he would come in here. Do you remember that?
Money is what is making him so sad. Like, what the fuck changed?
The money didn't help. The period where he didn't come in here for like a month, and he went from having $1 million in crypto to $40,000 in crypto down to nothing. He's living on it. And so it can't be a happy transition. And he was going to be an exotic dancer. You remember this. And I was really proud of him. He would come here every day and tell me how much he weighed. Kilogram. I didn't know what that meant. But, you know, like, do the thing to pounds or whatever. And like, man, you're doing really well. And he's like, almost like, I almost have a six pack. Oh, it's a six pack, they say. And if Zoot's a bodybuilder, he still has a personality that can be very off-putting. It's like Zoot shit in the punch bowl personality disorder, if that was a thing, where everybody could be having a good time, and then he's gonna mention like the slaughtering of people.
Insert random hate speech.
Exactly right. They're 100%. And you can kind of get that vibe from him. I'm sure he's here in person and everything. And so guy told him, you need a six pack. So Zoot worked hard on a six pack, and he looked at and like, I was really proud of him, really proud of you. And then he went to the guy after Zoot did all this work. He would go to the gym just about every day, and the guy was like, yeah, we're not interested or something like that. So Zoot put in all this work and then got rejected. And I told him, dude, you could, if you wanted to, just go to another male strip club. Like, there are others. It was like, no, and it just like it shot him down. But then he was like, I'm gonna be a stand-up comic. And he told me, I'm going to be on television in January. And I was like, with your comedy, no way. There's no fucking way. You're not funny. You're offensive. And he's like, no, I'm going to work on it and I'm going to do it. And I was like, dude, we could come up with a comedy routine for you that's really good and really tight and can television. But right now, your comedy, you can't show that on television. And he's like, I'm doing it my way. So I said, I even planned that. We even did the math. It was like in the fall. I was like, dude, there are approximately 16 weeks or something until you're saying this Raw Comedy Festival is or whatever. So you need to make sure that you go every Monday for the next 16 weeks and work on your shit. And he's like, all right. And he wouldn't work on he wouldn't work on one set. He would just come up with something new, come up with something new, come up with something new, which is fine. Comedy's going to get developed. And also you're not going to be comfortable with it. And believe it or not, he gets on to
William Montgomery does that.
Hold on, but he writes it down. He writes it down. He's basically certain audience when you just sit there and read cards to people. And I get it.
Of stand up, and that is higher. I think he's doing it like unequally somewhat.
No, he's doing it because he's lazy.
Oh, I know he's reading off part, but it's like
he's doing it because he's like a real stand-up comedian. And I watch people on Kill Tony, these girls on Kill Tony, and the other regulars. They come up with a 1 minute, and it's memorized, and it's tight, and his girlfriend, and like to get drunk and things like that. And so he doesn't have to miss things. He puts them on cards. It's a crutch, but he likes to do that. Joe Rogan told him, "You don't need this, dude. You're not as good a comedian as you could be because you're not connecting with the audience. When you normally could be making eye contact with people and showing facial expressions, you're just reading to them some really funny jokes." I got to say,
it's like 3 jokes. It's like not even anything to memorize.
Now that's the thing. In 1 hour, if you worked at it, you could get those jokes down. William Montgomery comes from a very smart family. His dad's a lawyer. His mom's like well-mannered. It's not like he couldn't put the work in. To me, it shows laziness. And I like William Montgomery. He can be super funny. His funniest moments are when he's on cocaine. And I'm not saying it's good for his life, but that's when he was really fucking funny. He'd be like yelling at, "What are you fucking looking at, you stupid bitch?" in the front row. That kind of shit is so funny. But like now he's just, I'm not saying he needs to be like all fucked up on drugs. I think it's good that he's not. But his comedy lost a little something, which, that happens. Okay, I don't want to take up any more of your time. Keep zooting your thoughts and trying to get a therapist.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna try to talk to him. I feel like I don't know what's in his head exactly, but I feel like you focus on grows. Like if you could just like ignore his problems somehow.
Well,
but maybe they're unignorable.
There are medications available, and I almost I don't think you should blame people for their own mental illness, but I think you can blame people for not getting help when it's readily. So there's a difference. Like, I don't blame him for having Tourette's. I don't blame him for having depression. I don't blame him. That's not something to blame him. But I do blame him for not seeking help. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, he thinks all vaccines cause autism. Yeah.
Well, and this thing that he's stuck in the past on with his things that happened in high school, dude. We all have things that happened to us in the past. Everybody does. I hear it with stand-up comedians all the time. Like the second their head hits the pillow, they think about that one time they farted in the middle of the bus, and everybody that they thought a girl and got shot down. Like they, you know what I mean? They talk about this constantly, and it's kind of one of those things where you just and then he'll put up these scenarios like, would you rather? Oh, I get so many would you rathers. Would you rather? Would you rather? Would you rather? Would you rather? And I feel I do a good job taking on just his questions where he doesn't know what he's going to say. He just wants to say something. And I don't shoot those down on time travel and reverse aging and avoiding death. The one thing I don't want to hear is life. I don't want to hear those kinds of conversations. That's not good for my stream. It's not good for people to hear. It's not good for him to talk about. And killing of. Those are two things that I just don't think real sociological discussions. I'll have them in a serious educational manner, but not just because we're playing Moncala and you don't know anything that either kill or some heckled you on the stage. Like, I don't want to have those conversations. Those aren't real. And
They shouldn't like the past that he's so hung up on. Like to me, I mean, his life is like ruined. Like he's still got his like
he
work
could do
that works.
he could do so much stuff. He has a clean record. He could easily get a job, and he doesn't want a job. But even if he's have that shit in the punch bowl moment where, but he could work he could work in a restaurant, or he could work, like behind, not as a server, but or a host, or a manager, but he could work like as a chef or something. There are things that he could do. He could also, I mean, he has these pipe dreams of being a trader or whatever. He wants to turn, like, maybe the worst thing that ever happened to him was buying those Pokemon cards, and then turning that into, because he made a whole bunch doing it, and now he keeps blowing money. I mean, it's kind of one of those things. He needs a profession. He needs some stability in his life, which would be once a month or once a week or whatever your professional fields is necessary. You need to connect someone and talk about your mental health and healing, and they can prescribe things to you, and you can make adjustments with medication. But right now, it doesn't help him here and say, I tried to. There was this girl who liked me when I was 15, and I should have asked her out, but I didn't. And then just last week, I friended her on Instagram, and she blocked me. Like that. And those women are married by now. They have families. They don't want anything to do with you. And maybe she did like you. That's cool, but that's the past. Find someone who likes you now. Something happened to Zoo. I think when he said when he was a little kid he did not have the tics. But you know what, Riser? I have to say, for all that I say of Zoo, I really badly for him. His dad died when he was 1, and that's yeah, that's devastating to me as his friend. Like it makes me so sad, and it doesn't impact on him as maybe it does, and I just don't know psychologically. But he doesn't talk about it that much. But it does have to do with his fear of death. And sometimes I'll press him on it. Zoo, why are you always so death oriented? And he's like, because my dad died when I was 1, and there's nothing I can say to that. That's like, you're absolutely right. There's nothing. I'm so sorry, but that means look up to when he was a little kid. He doesn't have a father that could just call up and have his support right now. It's all these things that, like we said, you need to get your shit together. We don't know what that kind of a loss is like, and I don't know how his dad died. I've never pressed the issue, but it's incredibly sad to know that, like, our friend lost a parent at such a young. He's still dealing with it, and memories of his father, but just really sad. And
yeah, I mean, it's almost lose them before you have memories, arguably. I mean, like, I was with a kid who lost his dad on our hockey team when he was 8 years old. I was like just like the situation. And then the whole like hockey team like went to the funeral thingy or celebration of life or whatever. Yeah. That you have to deal with.
Absolutely. I knew I lost his dad. I'll never forget my mom. Like, we got a call early in the morning before school, and these people were at our house for a party like 48 hours before, and their dad he was like 39 years old, very young, and he died. And this kid this kid's successful now, married, good job, he's got his own house. That's all really great, but uh it changed him. It changed him. He became very depressed, very sad, very sad what happened. So I understand what you're saying. Like, it's almost the phrase, it's better to have loved and lost than to never have loved at all. It's almost the opposite of that to some extent. It's better to never loved at all than to have loved and lost with the loss of a perhaps. Almost maybe than to have had a child, put all this work into them, and then have their death. Does that make sense?
Yeah, my mom's like cousin, I think, or uncle or something. He was like 5 years old, and his younger brother, who was 3, they were like playing outside, and like a drunk garbage truck like ran over his younger brother and killed him. Like, witnessed that.
So this is your mom's. One of your mom's uncles died this way.
Yeah.
Oh, that's terrible.
Or cousin, I'm not sure which, but yeah, someone. It was like her grandmother's, her great grandmother's sons. So yeah, I guess uncle. But yeah, he witnessed that when he was like 5 years old, and grew up just like probably a female. Yeah,
That's
full life, I guess.
that's why I am an advocate of the development of the type of technology, sure, especially for people with post-traumatic stress disorder, or just bad memories. They shouldn't be haunted by those things. There should be a way, hopefully in a private way, that they could go into just like an AI system and be like, yeah, I have these memories of, this drunk driver who killed her, and I want the way. And the AI removes those memories, and also doesn't like hold that information against them in the future or something. Like, that's a touchy subject, especially with like big data and tech companies. But wouldn't that be nice that people could just be like, I don't want to remember this anymore?
Yeah, I mean, as long as it was like used responsibly, like, I don't know, would your emotions be different? Like, formed you into like the person that you are,
Yeah.
and you're still gonna be like that person that you were, but just absent of those memories.
You would
Like,
be.
you wouldn't want people to just delete like every single bad memory, please. Maybe AI, get rid of them. Fresh slate. I want to be only happy ideas.
I
memories.
actually don't think that's that bad. That'd be okay.
No, because you need balance. You
I get, but anything that you
just send it to some.
okay. Perhaps there could be some memories that you would want to keep that were help you grow. Others situation like Zoo, where he got and had him change schools entirely, and he went to a new school, and all the kids made fun of him, and because he was the new kid or whatever, and none of the girls liked him. And like, if he had a male role model there, the male role model might have been able to say to his mom, he doesn't need to change schools. Boys have fights. Boys will forgive. Perhaps not forget. You know, he's haunted by these memories, and I explained to him in some way some of the memories affected you, or whatever. You got rejected, whatever. You rejected some girl, whatever. But the things like losing your dad at 1, there's nothing I can do about that to make that situation better. I talked to him about revivification technology and explained to him that, hey, there are positive things in the future. You may be able to get that for someone who has and talk to people about revivification technology, and they're like, it brings some closure to some people that, hey, there might be a way to get these people back. Just be patient.
I'm like, yeah.
That to me,
I mean,
that to me is a really important, like, act. Like, I lost my grandparents. I had 2 grandparents I never met, and 2 that I lost as a young. So the 2 that I never met, I really don't know anything really too much about them. I know some things like I had my grandfather was like owned his own business, and my grandmother would have like, she was like, she didn't have to work. She just was a housewife, and they were well off. They had really nice cars and things like that. But I never met them. The grandparents that I did know were very smart people and engineers and really handy, like really just extremely engineer oriented individuals. And I learned about a type of technology. Like when I lost my grandparents, especially my grandfather, I remember like I lost my best friend. I was around him all the time, and he had a major impact on my youth. I not only had 2 really good parents, thankfully, but I had good grandparents all the time, making sure I was good at math, and I was a good reader, so that when I got to school, I was really fortunate. I've got to say, I had an excellent, like, there are a lot of kids out there who don't have good male role models. I had, in my own way, male role models, like really good people, not just parents, not just family, not just grandparents, but the people who my parents were around, coaches. There are some kids, and I bad no male role models. There are those fortunate ones who I have who had good religious leaders around us, good family, and so I try to take that understanding and try to use it for good and to help people. Into my grandparents, so I know about a type of technology that gives me some happiness, and that is, so I want to revivify them. God will, I'll be able to do that someday. It's like a goal of mine. But before I do that, there's another type of technology where, like I know my family. I don't know exactly where because I don't have like direct contact with them. Though that's not. I just kind of don't want them to know about my stream. So during the pandemic, I just was basically like, I'll be doing my own thing, and I don't want to talk. And I've gone years without talking with them, and I get letters from my family, just you're doing all right and things like that. But and I have had some contact with members of my family that I think uh, they have communicated to my family, to my parents, but really I've gone years without direct contact, and I
you're like parent.
yeah. I don't want them to know about my streams, to know about what I do, and so I haven't told them directly.
Why don't you just not tell them?
Well, I mean, they're like, if I called them and was like, "Hey, how are you guys?" They'd be like, "Oh, what are you up to?" And I'd be like, "Oh, I live my life 24/7 piece," and they'd be like, "Oh," and they'd go into my streams. I don't know. They've seen me as a much more religious person and professional, and just living my life. But I think that perhaps, like, perhaps from like somebody's communicated something to them. I think at some point, if they Googled me, they could know my uh, my podcasts and things. So I don't know. I know that, but they're living their own life as well. So I mean, um, there was a big,
I mean, if you want to just go on mute and just call them and just not talk about your good
yeah,
life,
there
or just
there yeah, during the pandemic, before I started streaming, very hard line stance. And I'm sure you can pick up on what I'm saying. I don't want to say it on my streams, but I took a very hard line stance on a certain uh, medical procedure that I did not want done to me. And I had warned my parents for years that this was coming because I had heard that it was, and they are they're listening to their community and all the other things. And I told them, if you do this, I don't want to talk with you. I'm going to be hurt. And I was hurt. I was really hurt, because it was like they hadn't listened to me, even though I had been telling them for, like, at that point, 12 years. I told them there's a pandemic that's coming, and I think at the time I might have used the term epidemic, but and they're going to force everybody to do this certain method. It's experimental technology, and so there was a little bit of a fight. I cut them off.
I mean, arguably, they do not have I don't know if they're working or whatever, but like people with jobs were like practically forced to do it or lose their job. They didn't get it.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't get it. I think there was like they just felt like everybody else was doing it. And I was hurt by this. I was really hurt, and communicate, recall to, I don't do you anymore. I was very hurt because it was like, no matter how hard I worked at trying to tell them what was happening, I was always going to be their son who just, they had wiped my butt as a little kid, and they're not going to take me seriously. And the last time my family visited, we I wasn't yet a rabbi, but I was in the process, and we're positive towards it. And I had asked for their permission and everything, and my family had met my rabbinical colleagues and been to my shuls, and met my community and ate Shabbat and a Shabbat dinner and lunches and the whole thing. They'd seen my religious life, and I am someone who knew this was coming. I didn't know when it was coming. I had seen the writing, and I warned everybody that I knew about it. And um, then when it started to go down, there's this. It's called Henny Penny. Have you ever heard of this? Basically, it's the idea. It's in a different. It's in a bunch of different, uh, like, um, a bunch of different countries, like stories, but it's the idea that there's this chicken called Henny Penny, a tree, an acorn falls on their head, and they start yelling to everyone, "The sky is falling! The sky is falling! The sky is falling!" Whole city ends up getting really scared because Henny Penny said the sky was falling, and that's kind of how I felt with what was going on, and so I just
Yeah, no, I read all these like crazy 4chan posts on like the paranormal board of like how it was like MR oxide,
That.
like a portal for demons and whatnot.
Oh well, I don't want to say that, but it just this was a good thing because it was experimental. That's how I felt about it, and
Yeah,
and I was heartbroken, and I still am that like my family didn't listen to me because of that. In combination with me streaming my life, I've just as much distance as possible. But with that being said,
well, I mean, I told my team that and they didn't get it, but then they all got it, and like, wow, seriously?
there you go.
You
So
guys are gonna be like the sheep.
there
and
you
I'm gonna
go.
be like the black sheep that's like all red pilled.
There you go,
Or
dude.
whatever.
Okay, so you
But they're like reading the news, and they're like, "Oh, we don't want to be in a ventilator in the hospital."
exactly.
They trust the science, blah blah blah. And
Wait.
like the science is like not proven.
It-
Test vaccine should be
Exactly, and that's
anything. There's no studies. And it's mRNA, like all the DNA.
wait, all that.
Whatever.
So you and I are of one mind on that, and so basically, I just cut my family out of my life, and I know.
think you should forgive them though. A little bit. Like,
Yeah, no,
I mean, I was cheesed on my parents, but then I realized they're boomers, and boomers are gonna boom.
that's true. That's true. I'm disappointed at certain points in my life. I'm fine with it. Like, I'm happy with the life I'm living, and I'm sure I could go and ask them, "Hey, I need like if I got this like a good amount of money to be able to promote myself with bots and stuff like that, I could go viral. I don't want that. I don't want to depend on my family as much as I can have gotten to where I've had to call and ask for money or anything like that. I don't want to. I'll go back to working if I need to before I have. I do now. I'm at a point where I've got this like really big project that I'm doing, and I don't want their input. I don't want their opinion on it. I don't want them to be like, "That's not what you should be doing. You should have a normal life. You should go get married and settle down and go do." I don't want to say you've wasted. I don't want negativity. I avoid all of that. I'm happy, like just avoiding that. I know if they need me, they can happen. An email away, and that's what started the rift, and then from there I started doing this, and because of that, like I don't like it's like it's like a secret that I have. Like I love to surprise people. It's something that I've always loved to do, and I want it to be one day that all of a sudden their son has gone viral, and they didn't even know. Like that to me is really exciting. Same with my friends. They know that obviously I haven't been in shul in a long time, and that I told them like I told some of them that I was going to be streaming and everything, and like we're just working on this project. I don't there's like an excitement to me that'll be like, hey, one day this could go viral, and it would be like oh uh like how do I want to describe it? Like somebody who invented something or came up with a big discovery, and it's like I don't need their help. I'm just going to continue to do what I do and keep grinding it out. Anyway, the reason why I got onto this is because I was being fortunate in having good role models in my life and my grandparents and wanting to bring them back. And there's a kind of technology where you can take home movies and put them into like an AI model, and it creates AI models of the people, and then you're able to have virtual discussions with them. And I dream of that. I dream of having virtual discussions with my grandparents someday after having gone viral and being like, did it. I did it. Like and they would know. I'd have like really interesting conversations with them about the old country, about Europe and what life was like living in Hungary and the places where they had lived. And I just that to me is an exciting thing that okay, I'd love to revivify them and bring them back, absolutely, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that right now. So in the middle to have some kind of AI model of them, and I know it's not exactly them, but it's pretty good. I think that's a cool thing to be able to utilize. Now, for Zoot's case, uh, he may have home movies, or he may have pictures, or whatever, or their writings, or whatever. There's some record of his father, and I would love to be able to give that to him someday, so that his father could say, you know what, you did the best that you could with the cards you were dealt. I think that would be very valuable to him, and then perhaps someday revivify his dad. That's the big goal. But is uh, he's dealing with some really difficult steps, and if you think there's something that you can do for him, by all help him. I do what I can to be as consistent a person for him as anyone on earth, basically. Uh, and it wants to
Yeah, I
talk.
sent him this video on this dude, and he's like claims that he's channeling like some alien civilization or whatever, but I'm like, kind of like, or not, he's, I don't know. He says he's pulling me from somewhere, and he's like a channeler, spiritual guy or something. He just had a cool ass way of deconstructing like the human mind and like rearranging the way you think, kind of like some law of attraction, but like in more detailed, like detailed type stuff, and because he really emphasizes just like how much beliefs like impact your day-to-day like thinking and life, and it's like really mind-blowing to me, and I still appreciate everything. So yeah, Zoot figures it out, but
I did too.
wait, so,
I know. God willing, I'll see you tonight, 8 p.m. Don't do 10. Don't do 11. Come at 8, and we'll get our hours together, okay?
If I'm even awake by 8 p.m. But yeah.
You can do it, big
Oh,
dog.
yeah.
All right. Peace, big dog. Take care. Sometimes I just need to talk about things because I can't always. I wish I could be more honest. He'll understand. He'll be. I get it. I totally get it. Really, I know him. I love this woman. She's my spirit animal. I would have fucked this one so bad.
Örgütlerde näillä hieman şekilde bennet faktiskt olla miettiä. Örgütlerde näillä şekilde bennet faktiskt ansiktsfötter. Bruksanke var med skjuta levande. Bruksanke var med skjuta levande. Israel, I love you. Adonai. Bruksanke var med skjuta levande. What's up, babies? What's up, babies? It's Coffee, Kabbalah, and Coffee. Tuesday, April 21st, or no, 4th of ER 5786, Tuesday, April 21st, 2026. 3761, creation of the world, birth of Adam and Eve, Chava. 3631, 130, Seth, son of Adam, was born. 3526, 235, Enosh, son of Seth, was born. 3436, 325, Kenan, son of Enosh, was born. We have been doing this bitch 116 days, son. And it's the Omer. Brigada Denial and Makal Mashaka Dishana Bimachtafa Tivanu, Al Seferat Ha Omer. Omer Copper, Tuesday, April 21st. Okay, Brigada Denial and Makal Mashaka Dishana Bimachtafa Tivanu, Al Seferat Ha Omer. Blessed are you, Hashem, God, King of the universe, who has sanctified us with his commandments and commanded us concerning the counting of the Omer. Today is 20 days, which is 2 weeks and 6 days of the Omer. May the merciful one restore unto us the service of the Beit HaMikdash in its... May the merciful one restore unto us the service of the Beit HaMikdash to its place speedily in our days. Amen. Shola! Shola! Look at this. Look at this athleticism. Look at this move.
Look at this athleticism. Look at this move. This athleticism. Look at this move, dude. Just clicking on hot chicks all over. It's just life. Where is he?
The point of view
Oh,
of
for
this
sure.
incredibly complex development from the prophets of ancient Israel and to the rise of modern capitalism. Of course, the series isn't meant to be exhaustive by any means, but only should serve as, and hopefully it will also enable you to situate developments in Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully embolden you to dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly as sublime as they are obscure. Let me express my gratitude to Congregation Tia for allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger audience here on Esoterica. If you want, you can find the entire series under the playlist Entering the Garden, Introduction to Jewish Mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or if you find these episodes after autumn of 2021, if you want to watch the entire series, you can find them in that playlist. Things on Kabbalah interesting. I hope you check out my other content on topics in esotericism, and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics in occultism, hermetic philosophy by joining a donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate it. Now, let's mysticism and Kabbalah. Folks, well, welcome back. Welcome. Always the high watermark of the Kabbalah, relation of Kabbalah. That's basically become Jewish theology. And that's something I think that fundamentally all over God, scriptures understand the world embedded in Judaism, that phrases like tikkun in this class is heard. Shuls have tikkun olam committees directly commit Sanhedrin. So many ideas that are commonplace in Judaism really emerge from Luria. And so tonight we'll get to his ideas. Now we're not going to make his ideas for a couple of reasons. The first reason is that most of his books aren't even translated in English. The vast majority are not translated in English, and even the books that remain in Hebrew are so technical and so difficult that I have to admit, often can read pages of these books and still not know quite what the whole going on. These books are very, very difficult, and part of how it's like Luria's Kabbalah developed was people trying to make sense of what in the world he's talking about. And so part of what happens is that the books are very complicated, and that the complicatedness it has its own life. So we'll talk about that in a little bit to get to Saint Gloria. But to rewind a little bit, talk about this period that I sometimes refer to as the interregnum. That's the period after the composition of the Zohar, before the rise of Gloria and Kabbalah. What we have is that in that period, Kabbalah didn't really spread very quickly. It was a very underground, it was a very elite, it was a very hush-hush kind of thing. That's not to say that people weren't publishing things and talking about Kabbalistic ideas, but there was no desire to make it public. It was a very hush-hush, elite, esoteric practice, very much so. And by 1492, with the Alhambra Decree, which declared that basically all Muslims and Jews had to leave Spain or convert, you have the Kabbalah transforming from being a very elite, very inner, very inward-looking, very secretive kind of thing, to the Kabbalah actually becoming imbued with a very eschatological, that's to say, it has to do with the end of the world, and very messianic themes. And so in the aftermath of the disaster that was 1492, Kabbalah is going to branch out into the world, and it's going to become popularized. And many of the refugees who fled from Spain, who were actually saved by a Muslim leader, which I don't know why that doesn't get more press, but it should, Bayezid II,
was the Muslim leader of the Ottoman Empire that basically sent his entire fleet to Spain and saved as many Jews as he could. Not because he was a great guy or anything, he did that too, but he realized that you get all your doctors, lawyers, and scientists out of the country. Of course, he wanted them, and he was right to do it. The Ottoman Empire saw a huge boom from the importation of the refugees after the 1492 Alhambra decree. By the way, you can also notice that Spain didn't do terribly good in many ways in the aftermath of that either. So many of these Jews are going to settle in the Ottoman Empire. One of the main places they're going to settle is going to be in Salonika. Salonika and Warsaw have been traditionally known as the only two Jewish cities in the world. And so Salonika and Greece is going to be one of the places they're going to settle. But the Kabbalistically inclined people are actually going to move to the place that they're most familiar with, at least in their sort of imaginary landscape, and that's up in the Galilee at a place called Sfat near Meron, where Shimon Bar Yochai is the traditional author of the Zohar was thought to be buried. And it's there at Meron and Sfat, or Safed, where new forms of Kabbalah begin to emerge. Kabbalah begins to be popularized. This is a very important moment in the history of Kabbalah. Teaching at some level their classes in Kabbalah. And what is happening is in this area that there is a rise of a new form of Kabbalah that is highly systematized, highly intellectualized, very encyclopedic, and very synthetic, which is just to say that it's organizing all kinds of Kabbalistic ideas into something like a Kabbalistic system. That system, of course, though, the major one is going to be Joseph Cordovero. I'll get to just a moment. Of course, other forms of Kabbalah also existed at this time. We talked at length last time about Abraham Abulafia and his so-called ecstatic or prophetic Kabbalah. This is a completely other form of Kabbalah that doesn't really care much about the Sefirot and that kind of stuff. He knows about them and he's aware of them and he's interested in them, but that's not part and parcel of his project. His project is a kind of intellectual communion with the divine, and that's accomplished by a wide range of things like breathing techniques and focusing in on combinations of Hebrew words, and various kinds of mantra-like instructions. So there are other forms of Kabbalah that came about in the milieu of the Zohar that didn't quite make it. Now, what's going to be really important is that in the Safed milieu, in the Safedian form of Kabbalah, Isaac Luria and his student Chaim Vital are going to reincorporate some of Abulafia's ideas, and that's going to basically save Abulafia from oblivion. Remember, he got basically excommunicated and exiled to a tiny island in Corsica, and he kind of vanishes from history until he dies. He's going to be kind of resurrected in many ways by Luria and Kabbalah. And as I mentioned, this is the area in Safed where Kabbalah is being systematized and it's being popularized. I cannot stress that enough. Kabbalah is being taught in public. Why? Because they think the world of it. They think that the 1492 Alhambra decree was the beginning of the end, and that Kabbalah, the unveiling of Kabbalah to the world, would ultimately be kind of eschatological and end of the world event. And that end of the world event would be led at some level by Kabbalistic speculation. It would urge in the Messiah. And in fact, there were many people at that time, Cordovero being one, Vital being another one, Luria being another, that many people, including those people themselves, thought they were the Messiah. Chaim Vital, we actually have some of his notes, his autobiographical sketches, journals, diaries. He even says in his notes that, if I just studied the Mishnah a little longer, I would have become the Messiah. I know it. So these guys are really convinced that the Messiah is not just around the corner, but they might be it. And that kind of idea that you might be the Messiah and you might be ushering in the Messianic age is going to be hugely important as we get to next time when we get to Shabbatai Tzvi and his mystical heresy that leads people to believing that he's the Messiah. So Shabbatai Tzvi is next week. And next time. So as I said, this is a time period where Kabbalah is being popularized. This is a time period where Kabbalah is being opened up to the masses at some level. I say the masses is opened up to really elite dudes. It's not opened up to everybody. And there are new services invented. Kabbalah Shabbat is almost certainly the most popular Jewish service that exists today. If you've been to a Jewish service, you've probably been to a Friday night Kabbalah Shabbat service. That service is developed at this time. And Shlomo Alphabet's writes the centerpiece of that text, that prayer service, Lachadodi, come my beloved, come my bride. And that text, Lachadodi, is a classic now of basically all Jews and everything. And so that was being written by Shlomo Alphabet. Also, it's worth pointing out that not only these guys studying together, they're marrying each other's sisters and stuff. Joseph Cordovero married Shlomo Alphabet's daughter. So Cordovero, or Alphabet, was Cordovero's father-in-law. So you have all kinds of, this is not just sort of a intellectual thing, they're kind of in bed with each other. And so this is a very tight-knit world, definitely in some Kabbalistic drama that must have precipitated in those circles. I would have loved to see the Kabbalistic drama, but unfortunately a lot of that doesn't survive. You can get a rough idea about what some of these texts look like. So this is Pardes Romim. This is the main text of Joseph Cordovero. This is the central text of the Cordoverian system of Kabbalah. You get a rough idea about how dense it is. It's about that long, right? So it's a substantial text. This doesn't have any commentary, by the way. Just a straight text. And if you want to get a sense of what this looks like inside, it's pretty dense, wall to wall text, right? You can get a sense of what this looks like. So these texts are no joke. Pardes Romim is an incredibly difficult, incredibly challenging text to try to read, and there is no translation of this into English at all. I don't think there's no systematic translation. Sure, and these texts, many of these foundational texts of Kabbalah, still do not have English translations, which is kind of mind-blowing considering how popular at least some version of Kabbalah is, and many of the foundational texts aren't available in English. Even finding copies in Hebrew is challenging. So this one is an example of the early systematization of the sacred Zohar we found in Cordovero. And again, trying to find these texts are super difficult, and finding English translations that just don't exist. They just straightforwardly don't exist. So studying Kabbalah in the original languages is basically what you have to do if you're going to get really deep into Kabbalah. The main text remains fundamentally in Hebrew. We'll talk about some other texts later as well. So, beginning of the 15th century, not only are Jews interested in Kabbalah, but Christians are too. This is a strange turn of really in the development of Western spirituality, especially esoteric spirituality. As you get sort of a pure spiritual reality or pure intellectual appreciation of what's going on in the world, we need to go back in time and look at the original text, look at the original foundations of this literature. This is sometimes called the Ad Fontes revival, the To the Sources revival. What you get is a massive translation project led by people like Marsilio Ficino, who are translating for the first time and basically never read it. They had fragments. They had the Timaeus and they have other documents, but most pieces of Plato read by medieval Christians, just old ideas coming in from Greece in the 15th century. And there was an idea that was current at the time that primordial wisdom was somehow more reliable by which a new kind of Christianity is beginning to emerge, a kind of esoteric Christianity begins to emerge in the 15th century. And some of these are some pretty famous folks, at least in the history of mysticism or the history of the occult. There's going to be folks like Giovanni Di Mirandola, who's a famous 900 BC, about basically Ficino that he thought that he had fundamentally synthesized all knowledge, Kabbalah, Christianity, Pythagoreanism, everything. He thought he had systematized every form of knowledge into a coherent system of 900 theses, and that he basically said, I want to debate people about this. And his Kabbalistic views are among some of the earliest examples of Christian Kabbalah, and they come at the very, very end of the 900 BC that he really has really landed on some of these things that no one else has. Francesco Borghi is also a really early systematic incorporator of Hermetic, and his works are really, really difficult to access. I don't think they've been translated to English, and they are some of the earliest examples of systematic analysis of Christianity using Kabbalah as a lens. After Kircher, of course, famous German polymath, also integrated his thinking and his of the tree of life that science has gone on to basically become the standard one in the Christian occult world, or the occult world more generally. Folks who exist in places called Dawn and Hermetic orders, all folks like that. Of Hebrew. And his two works of Kabbalistic ideas translated in their entirety into Hebrew. Counter with the Jew translation in that another version is other texts is Kabbalah de Vedanta, but Kabbalah under Germans. The Germans were pretty interested in this, and in fact, many people the argument has its origins in this kind of touch with Kabbalah. That Kabbalah is sort of the escape velocity that the Protestant Reformation at some level needs to get into Catholicism, and that the bridge at some level, also the gravitational pull away from Catholicism at some level at a very early strata was Kabbalah. Now, of course, that doesn't mean that Martin Luther was terribly interested in Kabbalah. He wasn't. Ball of wax. At any rate, Kabbalah de Vedanta is incredibly influential. Cornelius Agrippa's 3 books of occult philosophy is probably the standard text in the Renaissance on occult philosophy and magic. Virtually all magic practitioners who operate now in the West, let's say folks for whom magic is a part of their spiritual practice, almost certainly trace all of their theories back at some level to Cornelius Agrippa. So Agrippa's his 3 books of occult philosophy are foundational, and Agrippa integrates Kabbalah into its thinking seamlessly. He really is deeply connected to ideas and Kabbalah. So what I want to point out is that Christians are also interested in Kabbalah. I think I mentioned this maybe a couple times ago, that the first time that the Zohar was printed, it was printed in a single volume at Cremona at the behest of Christians. Christians wanted it printed. It wasn't Jews trying to get it printed. The Jewish version was printed in Mantua just about a year later in 3 volumes, which is still standard now to print the Kabbalah, to print the Zohar in 3 volumes. But the Cremona 1-volume edition was basically printed at the behest of Christians, and it's extremely rare. I think I saw one at auction a couple of years ago, and I think it was like $1,000. Very rare volume. But at any rate, just to say that Kabbalah isn't just affecting Jews, it's also deeply affecting Christians. Christians are also really interested in the development of Kabbalah, and what's going to end up happening is that will form a trajectory by which Christians will begin to interiorize a lot of Kabbalistic ideas, and that will at some level lay the foundation for what we sometimes call Western terrorism and the practice of the occult. So yeah, Kabbalah is wrapped up in that entire project. And I bet if you've ever seen an example of like a magical circle or something, you'll see Hebrew words written all around the periphery or whatever. A lot of that has to do with the influence of Kabbalah on Christianity and Christianity's more esoteric, more occult side. Christian Kabbalah has its own life. It eventually comes to become a new form of Kabbalah called Hermetic Kabbalah, which is very influential in the occult circle, primarily became Let's go back to Safed, right? Let's go back to Safed. Safed's really the stage that we're stage all this is playing out. So Moshe ben Yaakov Cordovero is going to die, as all people do. And so his death in some ways signals the end of one process, one cycle of Kabbalistic development. And I will say that you can, in some sense, divide Kabbalistic history into two big phases. The first phase is from the early Kabbalah and Sefer Zohar all the way to Cordovero. That's one section of Kabbalah. The rest of Kabbalah can be divided into everything after that. We are all living in the shadow of what comes next. And what comes next is this Luria. Luria arrived actually at Safed from Jerusalem. He was born in Jerusalem, although he grew up primarily in Egypt. He arrived at Safed, according to the legend at least, on the very day that Cordovero died. And allegedly he saw as the funeral train was making its way to the graveyard, which you can still go see Cordovero's tomb in Safed. I've seen it right there. You can make your way to Cordovero's tomb, and the funeral train allegedly, it's like Luria said, saw a pillar of fire rising in front of the funeral train. Now, for folks who know some Bible, you'll recognize that image immediately, right? That's how God appeared to the Israelites during the Exodus. That God appeared to the Israelites as a pillar of fire. And so, literally, it's like Luria says that God appeared before the funeral train of Cordovero as a pillar of fire, and Luria settled in Safed. Luria's life prior to this whole couple years before he dies in Safed is actually relatively unremarkable. He is born in Jerusalem. His father dies when he's relatively young. He's raised by his maternal uncle in Egypt. His uncle is actually relatively wealthy, pretty wealthy guy, and he provides Luria with a very high quality Jewish education. And in his 20s, Luria obtains what seems to be an early printed copy of the Zohar, maybe the Mantua, the 3-volume Mantua version, and he becomes completely infatuated with it. In fact, so infatuated that he basically goes derelict of duty. He was supposed to become a business person. He just abandons that. He had married, and he just basically abandons his wife. And he just kind of lives most of his days meditating out in a hut near the Nile. And it's during those years, those 15 or so odd years of him meditating on the Nile in this hut that he had built for himself, that he begins, it seems, to formulate the idea that ultimately will become Luria and Kabbalah as we know it. At some point, he has a kind of mystical breakthrough. I mean, even his birth was allegedly heralded by Elijah the prophet, and he's all kinds of legends that have now grown up around Luria, that his birth, that before he was born, that Elijah the prophet appeared to his father. At any rate, Luria would eventually make his way back to Jerusalem, and then he would eventually make his way to Safed, as I said, on the day of Cordovero's death. And he would spend a couple of years there, just a couple of years, probably 2 or 3 years, and he died before he turned 40. This is one of these guys that, the flame that burns twice as bright only burns half as long. This guy just burned out. He was just such a titanic individual, and his ideas were just shockingly original. Well, with Cordovero dead, many people, I think, did believe that Cordovero was the Messiah, and when he died, it was a real big disappointment that he but when Cordovero died, there was the idea that, no, there's something else coming. Cordovero is a herald, maybe kind of like Elijah for the coming Messiah. And it's like Luria fit into that perfectly. Luria began to teach Kabbalah basically every day. He had introductory level Kabbalah classes. You could come to Luria's Kabbalah Academy and learn intro Kabbalah. He also began to develop an inner circle of people that he began to teach his own ideas to. And the inner circle was composed of several students. We know a good bit about those students. And what's weird is that he seems to have taught different versions of things to different students. And we know that because they say so, that some people are allowed some things, some people are allowed others, some people got some part of the system, some people got others. And we can see this in the publications because, for instance, one of Luria's students, Israel Saru, who doesn't really give him credit for anything, and no one really paid attention to him because of the fact that he's tall. But Israel Saru was one of the earliest publishers of Chaim Vital's works, and it's like Luria's works rather, and he published them in Italy and popularized them. And so a big part of what's going on with Isaac Luria is that Luria really wants to publish ideas and popularize. That's probably part of his sort of general messianic program. He believes in a very intense way that the Messiah is a hair's breadth away, and that if Kabbalah gets out there, it will usher in the Messianic age immediately. That kind of Messianic fervor is going to prove a disaster here in so we'll get back to that. Messianic fervor is almost always going to be a disaster. At any rate, he began to build this inner core of people, and then he died. He died. He died like 2 years into being at Zapping. And so his death wasn't, he was always kind of sickly, so his death wasn't completely shocking. But after his death, his two most important students would be Israel Saru, who I mentioned a moment ago, and the other, of course, the much more important student, at least historically, is going to be Chaim Vital. And it's going to be Chaim Vital's interpretation of the idea much more interested in the evolving process that the Zohar seems to describe about how God goes from being infinitely recessed to becoming present in the world. And so Luria's main shift is going to shift away from trying to analyze how reality is constructed, but rather focus on the unfolding, the dynamic unfolding of reality and the mythology of that unfolding. And it's the mythology, and I say mythology, I don't mean falseness or like the monster is a myth, but it's the thing of it that really matters to him. Because for Luria, the entire drama of the unfolding or the evolution of reality as we know it isn't in fact always present to us. Or Vero might describe that the events of the unfolding of the universe via the separate or events in the past, the primordial past, the physical past, for Luria, it's happened back then, it's happening now. At some level, it's not happening being us. And so even emotions become very weird in the Lurian system. So what we get is that he's primarily interested in what I might call the mythological structure, the genesis of reality, and it's as that development is at any given moment in humanity or Luria, the development of God and humanity are coming together. They're the same development. system, as far as we have it, is a really highly developed system. Always terribly coherent, and I certainly can't say that it. But the idea is often gets evolution of reality. Now, just again, these evolutionary models that are constructive, right, to go into these contain the past inside them. That is to say, a slight DNA fragment dead is the past, and that's true also for the things that happen in the primeval past, the primordial past, and those things are current to us, are still happening. Is that there is a sort of spiraling. That is to say, the world is coming into being, it's always emerging as such, and further right, it's also regressing. It's also going back to the way that it was. So there is a where you don't know quite where you are in time and space. You don't quite know where you are even. Sometimes there's a kind of a constant movement where the world is on the one hand becoming exiled, and on the other hand is becoming redeemed. And so the Lurianic system, part of what makes it so difficult is that at the heart of the system is this dialectical structure where everything is happening all at once and everything is also being erased all at once. And it's very difficult to figure out at what moment something is happening, because at every moment, everything's always happening. And so knowing exactly what's going on in the system is very, because the system is so dynamic, and it's almost like a fractal, where the more you zoom in on a region of the fractal, the more the entire fractal is reproduced. And so the system is very, very fractalized like that. And so it's often difficult to know exactly what's going on. But let's go over some of the core ideas of Luria. The big first idea is this concept. Theme was an idea that was developed by Cordovero, actually. In fact, Cordovero was a teacher of Luria for a brief time. I think he said that. And so Cordovero had to solve a problem. The problem is, well, how do you get from an infinite God whose light reaches every metaphysical, ontological aspect of reality, God's being is infinite, so it must occupy every point within that infinity. How do you get to an idea that there's a gap? How do you get to the idea there's a place where God isn't in order for the world? Because it can't be the case that God is completely fullness, then this is full, and you can't have a world. You can't have the Olamot. You can't have the world. So God has to create an emptiness, a divine emptiness, a vacuum. What God does is God contracts some region of God's self. I use words like region, but again, these spatial concepts are not accurate. But God ontologically contracts God's self, and that ontological contraction creates a void. And that void is both surrounded by God and yet is not God. It's a kind of gap. It's a kind of void or a vacuum. I don't know. Always imagine like when you have to you gained a couple pounds and you need to get in some old pants, so you suck your belly in and tighten your belt real tight. It's like God sucking in God's belly to get the belt on or something. I don't know how to. I always imagine that image for something. So God creates this void, the simsum, and into that simsum, into that void, into that contraction, that will be where the Olamot appear. The Olamot are the four worlds that comprise our reality. We do not have access to God's infiniteness. And so what we do, well, God is permitted to enter the void. And when it enters into the void, cascading, as it moves from primal source of the divine into the void, it begins to weaken, so to speak. And as it begins to weaken, as it titters down into the void, as it flows down into the void, it begins to weaken. And as it weakens, there are strategic parts, or the decisive parts in the weakening of the light. It's like you're a laser, right? So we're only going to reach so far. The farther it gets, the wider it gets, and the more it begins to break down and begins to fade away. This is found so far. And as that light goes in, it begins to break down. And as it breaks down into 4 distinct realms. And those 4 distinct realms are the fundamental structures of reality. This one is Adam Kadmon. It's the way that we imagine God to be. It's when you think of God as a person, what you're imagining is Adam Kadmon. It's the first Christ of God as a being. Because God is just infinite light, and God is utterly unimaginable. The first glimpse is Adam Kadmon, sort of like a negative God cast as a void. The next layer down is the realm of absolute, or emanation. Then down further is the world of Beriah, right, where God is becoming more and more concretized, not yet physical, but more and more concretized. And then we get to the world of formation. God is recognizable. And then finally we get down to the world of Asiyah, and we are actually in a subsection of the world of Asiyah called the 5 world and the 4 world, because our physical reality is distinct from all other 4 worlds, including the world of Asiyah. So the 4 worlds, the Olamot, are logical registers of reality. And what Luria imagines, and the reason why he imagines these 4 worlds, is that every single time that there is a movement within the Godhead, an evolution in the Godhead, change in the Godhead, that change has to be understood as a logical, dialectical progression of how God is mutating, how God is changing. Because every time God interacts with something, that image of God, that aspect of God alters. And so what we get in the world of the various registers of realities is we get entirely different branches of the sphere of. Now, I might pull this up when we get to the Q&A later, is that one thing that makes the Lurianic system so mind-bogglingly complicated is that the register of reality brought instruction. And inside every spherot is more spherot. There is spherot inside of spherot. There are spherot on the backside of Gura, which is the Akra, the world of evil. It's again, if you're familiar with some mathematical reality is used over and over and over and over. And you have these enormously complex, what are called Villanova tree systems. And those really complex Villanova tree systems describe the various spherot as they're interacting with each other at these various registers of reality. We can't go into the various levels of reality in time, but each one of them is distinct, and each one of them is a moment development of the God. Now, some folks who have some background in philosophy, folks who have some background perhaps in Hegel, this is going to sound really familiar because if you ever read the logic of the progression of Hegel, Hegel actually commends Kabbalah as prefiguring his logic. Now, I'm not sure if that's an indictment of Kabbalah or not, so depending on what you think of it. Hegel's folding of reality is deeply influenced by the Lurian sort of folding out structure of reality. Now, as God's light traveled through the void, what ends up happening is that the very structures that emerge to hold God's light, the very moment in the divine, as the light gets further and further and further into the void, the very structures that are meant to hold the divine light can't. They're just too far away. It's just like, I don't know, it's a moment where you feel yourself, you're holding on to something right and you feel yourself just slipping off. There's a moment where you just let go. And that let go moment, the moment where the spheres, the actual vessels that hold God's light, because they've gotten so far away from the original source, they don't have enough energy, they don't have enough dynamism, they don't have enough of kizuk, they don't have enough strength to hold God's light, and they shatter. And that shattering, the shvirah, the shattering of the vessels, is as it pulls in, they overpower the vessels, right, and they shatter. It's like putting, folks ever seen this where you take a of all of the divine system, and we are at the very bottom of the system, and we are the part of the system that begins to move back up. Right? We are the system, we are the part that moves things back up. And what happens is that we recognize, Lurianic Kabbalists recognize, that the shards of the divine, the klipot, can be rectified by engaging in the magic of the Torah. It's like Luria not sort of dippy mystic, because the divine law, the Torah is the source code of all reality. And if you follow it, if you do it correctly, reality is broken at some level. And so the fix is according to the deities of the Jewish law, of the Halacha and the Torah. So by following the Torah, you repair reality. It's where Tikkun Olam comes from. You are repairing the world. Now, I know that most folks hear the word Tikkun Olam, we think something like helping people who are the charity, fixing the sort of the social ill we're doing social justice stuff. That's of course part of having the right covenant, by having the right concentration, by having the right intention, by doing the Jewish law with absolute intention and purity of heart, by performing things like Shabbat, the felon on, by observing the fast of Yom Kippur, things help to repair, they fix reality at the metaphysical level. They give reality a tikkun. And further, because for the Illyrian system, the act of reparation, the act of repairing the world, build the merge, somewhat imagine that Messiah is kind of the keystone of the entire process. The Messiah is the person who will turn the key. They will unfurl the final redemption. And so it's by repairing the world that we repair the world for the possibility of Messiah. And this idea is going to have enormous impact in the history of Judaism. If you ever hung out with folks in the Chabad Lubavitch movement, I don't know if folks have ever been around Chabad people who, light candles, felon. You can, be walking around New York and I'll have a Chabad guy like on side of the street like, hey, you put the felon on today? And I'm like, no. He's like, can you put your felon on now? Why would they bother you on the street to put the felon on? It's not because they're trying to do you a favor. They're trying to engage in Tikkun Olam. They think that every Jew, whatever that means to them, engage in the process of Tikkun Olam, and who can put the felon on will usher in the days of the Messiah that much more quickly. And so they're trying at some level to accelerate, right? One can think about Kabbalistic ideas or learning the Kabbalah, the kind of Jewish accelerationism. The world is broken, and they're trying to accelerate the process by which it's repaired, and you accelerate that process by engaging in spiritual warfare against the klipot, and by binding and then repairing the klipot in a way that allows you to basically accelerate the process by which the Messiah comes. And if you read Chaim Vital, he really does think that he definitely thinks he's the Messiah. He just thinks that he has to be a little bit more righteous. If you could just be a little bit more righteous, just think about that woman, right, when he was praying. If you just didn't think that dirty thought, if you just memorized a little bit more Mishnah, then he would have been revealed as the Messiah. He would have emerged as the Messiah. This is an idea you see him constantly in his journals. He's Chaim Vital simultaneously manages to be both incredibly self-deprecating and also incredibly that tends to go hand in hand. I'm not pretty unworthy thing. Yeah, if I've just done this. So the idea is that the Messiah is right around the corner, the result of this process. Now, of course, that idea's got retrofitted sort of liberal Jewish circles for this, but in the classical Kabbalistic world, it has strict obedience. Another key innovation in the Lurianic system is that Luria is really obsessed with some of the more bizarre sections of the Zohar. There are 3 sections of the Zohar that are notoriously difficult to understand. Two of them are the Yidrot, the assemblies, and the final is a section called Siyuta. And Sifra Siyuta is a relatively brief section of the Zohar long description of God's. Another section that also contains descriptions of God's beard, but also God's face in general. And no one's really sure what in the world's going on in those sections. They're really, really weird. Weird even compared to the other sections so far. Zohar is weird enough, but it's like weird on weird. And it's like Luria develops a systematization of this idea of the movements within face. The divine face is actually of metaphysics and reality. And then the divine face, or the countenances, the partsufim, that these partsufim are arrangements of the sphirot. And those arrangements of the sphirot are indicators of certain kinds of changes and developments within the divine. I will go ahead and say this: the partsufim is without a doubt the most complicated part of the entire structure of Lurianic Kabbalah, because it's arrangements of, it's analyzing the sphirot in terms of how they're arranged and how the various system relates to itself internally. And it is just completely difficult to understand. I still struggle trying to figure out, I know what the various configurations are. I know what Ima and there and Pine or whatever. I know what the structures look like, but when you begin to analyze how they move and change in relationship to other mystical stuff going on in the Arizal system, it just becomes amazing. It just becomes amazing. So I have a real difficult time keeping track of what's going on in this sort of inner development of the Godhead. But what's important to note is that for Luria, God is not a thing. God is changing all the time. And so when God tells to Moshe Rabbeinu, right, I'll be what I'll be. Luria takes that really seriously. Yeah, God is changing. God is a process. God is not a thing. God is a process. And that process is reality. And we are part of that process. And just like you get angry, so does God. And just like you get, compassionate, so does God. And that the change of God from angry to compassion, or the change from a normal state of affairs to being angry, that change in your emotions can be mapped. And so ditto with God, a change in God's emotional life can be mapped. And those mappings of God's emotional psychology or intellectual psychology are the parts of it. It's very complicated. It's part of inner psychology, inner divine psychology. It's really complicated. Also, famously, it's like Luria is going to reintroduce the concept of reincarnation into Judaism. Reincarnation is an idea that never really took hold in most of the Abrahamic faiths, although there are tiny groups of people who seem to have believed in it at some point. But most of the larger Abrahamic faiths have rejected reincarnation for various kinds of reasons. However, in Lurianic Kabbalah, reincarnation is completely acceptable. In fact, it's part of the system. In fact, if you want a general idea, this is Chaim Vital's major work. It's Chaim. This is the most systematic account of Isaac Luria's philosophy. This is the major work of Isaac Luria's philosophy, as articulated by and this is the standard now 2-volume text on reincarnation by Chaim Vital. This is the teachings of Isaac Luria on reincarnation, the Shari of Jerusalem, the of reincarnation. So reincarnation is an idea that is reintroduced into Judaism. It may have existed earlier in some ways, but certainly Chaim Vital really introduces it via Isaac Luria. And the idea is that every single person has what they call a soul root. And the soul root is a kind of aspect of your soul. There are 5 different layers of your soul according to the Lurianic system. And some of those parts of your soul go all the way back to the beginning of all creation. And various people have had that soul. You are, a root. You are a root, and there are things growing off the root. You're one of the things growing off the root. And there have been many, many, many people prior to you that have had the same soul as you. Now, the bad thing about that is they've committed all kinds of sins that you're now responsible for fixing. Because again, remember, Luria's system is dynamic. Just because you engage in tikkun once doesn't mean that you didn't do bad stuff before. If you did bad stuff, well, if you break the Jewish law, that further damages reality. There have been people in the past that have really damaged reality. Maybe in your past life you were someone really bad. Chaim Vital, by the way, his soul root was Cain, the first murderer. And so, as you can imagine, Chaim Vital, whose soul root was Cain, had a lot to fix. He was the literal origin of murder in the world. And so he had to undergo all kinds of what are called particular means reparation. Static regions of the soul. You have 5 regions of your soul. Some other regions of your soul can actually survive death and become detached.
Oh shit, I
And those
did the wrong
detached
one.
parts of your soul,
Alright, well
if you
then
committed
that's
a lot of
this one.
sins in your life, they become addicted to those sins. And those that aspect of your soul that becomes addicted to those sins actually can roam around and want to continue committing sins in the next life. This is especially true of sexual sin, but also gluttony and drunkenness and stuff. And so, if you were lecherous, drunken, bad person, then if you become addicted to those things when you die, your soul will become so polluted that it will become detached from your other souls and it will roam around. And what does it want to do? It wants to continue doing what it did, being drunk and having sex or whatever. And so what it do is soul, so you got to get attached to someone else. And when your soul attaches, your evil soul attaches itself to other people. The word for to attach in Hebrew, right? In fact, the modern soul it clings to other people, and that soul that clings to other people possesses them. This is the origin of the divot. The divot is the evil version of your soul. It's the evil aspect of your soul that roams around and tries to attach itself to the people. And the very earliest exorcism stories that we have in Judaism are actually from South America. In fact, you taught a whole class on spirit possession in Judaism. And if you want to learn more about this, I have some episodes on my YouTube channel as well. But what you have here is demonic possession. Demonic possession is not the right word. It's not a demon. It's actually an evil person doing possessing people and full of very right. Right? To get some chizuk, some righteousness. Let's say that you're traveling somewhere and you know that you're old. You don't want to like hook up with them. This is a real example, by the way. You don't want to hook up with them if you're married or whatever. You commit adultery. That's bad. So what do? You go into the graveyard, lay on the grave of the person, and you meditate on their soul. Impregnate you. It's called Ibor. And the soul of the righteous dead person will impregnate your soul with a little bit of, give you enough of righteousness that when you go to face the spiritual challenge of committing adultery, because you get the right person will give you this to become your failure, your whatever, your sin, and they'll if folks who know about Buddhism, right? This sounds a bit like bodhisattvas, right? The idea that there are people who are enlightened in the Buddhist tradition. They become so enlightened, completely enlightened, so they can stick around here to help the rest of us schmucks. Right? These are bodhisattvas. They don't leave, they don't go to nirvana, they stay here to help the rest of us get a little bit more enlightened. And so these tzaddakim, these sukim, these people, you can go lay on their graves, and you can get a little bit of spiritual power. To this day, we do this. That people get caught in a graveyard and lying on graves to get, which is a cool 70s man. So, at any rate, so this idea of war becomes a big idea as well. The book, right, is full souls becoming attached to you. They don't like to be an animal. Apparently, it's like not good in there. But they want to get into people. And Chaim, by the way, also became one of these exorcists in this whole mission. And by the way, he failed. You also get the Dybbuk to leave, and then as soon as the Dybbuk left, it will come back and repossess the person and kill them. And so there's all kinds of great Dybbuk stories. You've ever seen the movie, the classic film, 30 people that were in the film were died in the Holocaust. And so it's really, I think they reimagined it. Great titles and 30 example of British theater, British filmmaking. Watching the is an idea that emerges also from Lurianic Kabbalah. As I said a minute ago, Lurianic Kabbalah becomes just Kabbalah. If you've ever studied Kabbalah, you've heard this term, Tikkun Olam, right? You've heard of the world of Absolute, the world of Asiya. You know that the soul has Lurianic Kabbalah in Kabbalah. Forms of Kabbalah, whether Hamat, other forms of ways to transcend them all is sort of above all, and limit a new thing. And that new thing basically has become Jewish theology. If you've ever read books of Jewish theology, modern books of Jewish theology, they're almost always derivative of Itzhak Kabbalah. That's true of Hasidic people. That's true of Messianic people, the opponents of the Hasidic people. That's true of hardcore Jewish rationalists, people like the Vilna Gaon, right? He's a hardcore guy, all hardcore Kabbalists. Kabbalah, Lurianic Kabbalah, is at some level just Jewish theology. Now, what's ironic about that, and we'll talk about this more as we wrap the class up in a few weeks, why aren't these texts available then? If at some level, Tikkun Olam and all these ideas are just basically now part of our theological landscape in Judaism, why isn't it in English? Why isn't it part of in English? Why is it that Kitvei are not translated in English? There's a reason, and we'll get to that in a few weeks. There is a really it has everything to do with liberal Judaism and how we can get rejected Kabbalah. And that's part of what liberal modern Judaism is the amputation of Kabbalah. Now, but it's not being supported. They're being haphazardly, and the texts are not being consulted, they're not being really translated. And so modern Jews who are interested in Kabbalah don't have access to the original texts. And that's a disaster. It's a real disaster. I mean, you can imagine if I don't know, if the works of Thomas Aquinas just weren't translated in English, you had to rely on old Latin editions and stuff like that. It would be a mess. Well, that's what basically we have. It's as if Thomas Aquinas had the influence he did in the Catholic world, but no Catholics have access to his actual works in English. A reliable, translation. It's a mess. It's a real mess. So, Beis Chaim and Drew, there's no English translation. There's no translation. We'll talk about it in a few weeks, but it's just not bad. So, at the end of the day, Isaac Luria's version of Kabbalah wins. It wins. Now, I'm not saying it's completely all worked out. There's still this in the system. But at the end of the Arizal, Chaim Arizal, that becomes. On the other hand, it's this is a real in the speaks, but it may take our entire lifetime to get out of this problem. We'll talk about where it came from, why it is, and how we got it. I think we will. 6 years after Chaim Vital dies, the greatest articulator of the Lurianic system of Kabbalah, 6 years after he dies, a guy is born in Izmir. Born on he's born on Tisha B'Av. He's born on Tisha B'Av. It's a fallen Shabbat that year. And there's a long idea in Jewish lore that the Messiah will be born on the saddest day of the year. That the day of the year that we were born, every bad thing that's ever happened to us, the great hope is that on that day, Messiah will be born. That in the future, Tisha B'Av will no longer be a sad day. It will be a glorious day because that'll be the birthday of the Messiah. On Saturday of Tisha B'Av, 6 years after the death of Chaim Vital, Shabbatai Tzvi is born. And Shabbatai Tzvi is going to transform Kabbalah because he's going to become the Messiah. And not just become the Messiah. When I say that, I mean the majority of the world's Jews were convinced he was the Messiah. He convinced the world's Jews that he was the Messiah via his publicity in Gaza, and he will become enormously influential. In fact, in many ways, you can think about this as a religion. And as before Shabbatai Tzvi, and Shabbatai Tzvi is going to transform Judaism. He's going to transform so much of what's going to happen in Judaism. And so he's going to basically shake, because he will declare himself the Messiah. The vast majority of Jews will believe that he's the Messiah. Many of them literally have their bags packed from the docks in Amsterdam as in a gauge to Islam. And it is a titanic disaster. There's disaster. The Shabbatai episode. No greater disaster. And from a theological point of view, think about Shabbatai Tzvi is the fulcrum. And I imagine most folks hear the idea that you can't study Kabbalah until you're 40. I'm sure folks have heard that idea. Who will be the dialogue for it? Where do ideas like that come from? Around the Shabbatai Tzvi. Because the idea is so dangerous. The entire disaster, Kabbalistic disaster, by Shabbatai. All time. We turn to him next time. And also Frankist, riveting character. turn our attention to Shem to be what to mystical heresy. It's got a lot of things. So we will deal with that and his so-called messianism. Thank you for joining me as I explore the garden that is.
You find yourself. We will